and he seems to have hit base with the mystic, the hermit. And that is that's some porks.
So that's some
It's gonna
pluck in
be
there.
yeah, it's gonna be a nice. It's a nice amount of XP on those porks, and he's keeping one.
I see the going
The
live
Marauder
screen
again.
with the countdown when I. Oh no, it's not live anymore. Sorry, that's.
So I do think it's interesting that he kept one resource to the buff.
All right, welcome back. We're back.
For those following this live, we are again streaming here. So we have Symbiote's flipped Obi-Wan saber of some sort on him. I did not. Was a little bit distracted.
Yeah, I would imagine it looks like it's the heirloom saber +2/+2, and it'll give him restore 2.
Yeah, that wouldn't make sense. It's a blue saber, and he's green blue.
We also
so
know he has 2 of those because we watched him during deck building.
all right, yes, that's true. And there's the other one, or is that a Yoda?
That one
saber?
is a Yoda's lightsaber, I believe. So +3/+1.
Yeah.
So that is a beefy Obi-Wan.
That is a big Obi-Wan. He gets to swing in, but he cannot
shout out to
trigger his
Lincoln for
ability.
using the dice that I can actually read instead of the little tokens, so I know exactly how big these units are. It is very helpful for me. Thank you, Lincoln.
Yeah. And he's got a lightsaber of his own in that, I think. A Loth Cat to tap something down, maybe.
It's also interesting. I imagine Symbiote has to have a lot of cards in hand because this Watto has not been getting experience. So it seems like Lincoln's been giving him cards, which I don't think is necessarily the wrong take.
Nope.
But yeah, Symbiote's got some options here.
The Loth Cat taps down Obi to keep him from too fast.
Yeah.
But unfortunately,
Turret with the Force.
Turret with the Force might be problematic. The Marauder could do now 3, 4, 6. So he could do 4 damage to Turret, the way he looks right now. Did he tap down the flock? Oh no, he hit Turret with it.
Yeah, he attacked into Turret with the flock. Symbiote used the Force to only take 2 on the Turret instead of 4.
But that means
now
the Marauder
he doesn't have the ability to get the Force again. And then Watto, I would imagine you want to give another card here because you need this Turret to die and to not get XP.
Yep.
And looks like you did give another card there. So now Turret's down.
And yeah, that would be enough. Now and he plays. No, that's the Loth Cat, and he gets to flip Snoke here. Yeah, all right.
And then go into the Battle Fury on Snoke. So now Snoke.
Oh, it's not a lightsaber.
No, it's a Battle Fury. So it's a 7/10 Snoke now. He also has to discard a card when he attacks, but that is a lot of damage coming in. Snoke putting the XP on himself because he is the largest villainy unit present.
Power here, yeah.
And we've got 2 chunky leaders here that I don't know how anyone's going to kill either of them, to be honest.
I mean, they could maybe kill each other. He did draw into which could work on. I think the only target for Snoke.
So yeah, right now Obi-Wan attacks for 8, and Snoke also attacks for 8, but but they both have more health than that by a decent amount.
So they can't really just trade out.
Yeah, we see a Maz Kanata in hand, so Maz Kanata could make Obi-Wan attack for 10. The problem is Snoke has 11 health. I see a Maz Kanata's in Symbiote's hand for sure.
Oh, because Lincoln's got one as well.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that's the Maz I was talking about. And I think the only target now.
He goes with another heirloom lightsaber. So now the Maz Kanata means that Obi-Wan gets to kill Snoke.
But he can also kill the Loth Cat and
Yeah, so he's killing the Lothcat to tap down the Obi-Wan again. So this
Mm.
is a lot of damage
Yeah.
coming
Yeah.
at
Yeah.
Symbiote unless he does something else.
And also, if he plays Mars here to boost Snoke, he will get, what would that be? That's 2, 3,
It would be
it's
so it would be
9,
11.
10,
Because
12,
right
I
now
think.
Snoke
He
attacks
gets
for
another,
9.
Snoke gives himself another
Yeah, he gives
experience as
himself
well.
another XP up to 9 total, and then Maz +2 up to 11.
All right, yeah.
So 26. But now he's got another unit here to attack in for lethal. Yeah, we're going to game 2.
Yeah.
Beefy Snoke coming in,
Nicely done.
coming in
And
hot.
that Lothcat being very important.
Oh yeah, Lothcat was huge there. That Obi-Wan was massive and just unable to ever hit.
Yep. That's really
And
good
now we
play.
see why we're in the beginning we were saying, oh, interesting, Snoke yellow. I wonder what yellow
Hmm.
card he's gonna do. And it's Lothcat
Yeah,
is what is the
Lothcat.
biggest. He
Who
had the
would have
Aura
known?
Sting, which is a really
Hmm.
nice yellow villain force card. Lothcat was way more impactful than any of the
Yep.
other yellow cards that we saw.
Yep.
That was awesome.
Yep. I really like the way Lincoln put that together. He sequenced that perfect.
Hmm.
Symbiote seems to be looking in his at his deck here. He might be doing some
He
sideboarding
might be
action.
doing some shenanigans. It looks like he's
He's
changing bases
changing
potentially to
base.
yellow. He did
So
have a few options.
I think, are you allowed to change base? Would
Yes. So what you can do is, so basically in limited,
hmm
you have to go back to the exact same starting deck for every game 1. But game
hmm
2, you can change anything about your deck, including leader or base, to any legal card from your card pool.
Are you sure about that? Because
100%
West
sure.
Sea Raptor just told me in round 2 that he.
No, I'm 100% sure you are allowed
Okay.
to do that. It's something that they have clarified, but the official tournament rules doc is slightly ambiguous on the
Oh,
subject,
okay.
and they haven't updated it yet, but they have said this. So it's
All
something
right.
that the official judge program has stated and has started disseminating down to the judges, and they're
All right.
working on getting the document updated. All those official document updates take a lot of time
For sure.
to get like fully put through the approval process. But yeah, we because I specifically asked in the judge community and asked a head judge at Texas events and was
Mm.
specifically told that yes, you are allowed to change both leader and base in between games at competitive draft events.
All right. So for those that have been with us in front of this, we were off on this one, and you are allowed.
Yeah, and when it's actually interesting here because we saw Symbiote's pool,
Mm.
and he had really strong green cards, and his secondary color was kind of up in the air, and he had a couple of options. So now we're seeing him fully utilize that and just switching to the yellow,
hmm
probably thinking that the disruption and the aggression from this Snoke, like that tempo, is better answered by his yellow
His
cards
yellow card. Yeah. Interesting.
as opposed to his blue ones. So the main thing that he loses are the 2 heirloom lightsabers.
hmm
And the turret. Those
Mm.
3 cards are his biggest and his best 3 blue cards, but that's still only 3 cards
Mm.
of your deck to work at versus potential yellow disruption, more
Mm.
early units and things like that.
Yeah. And also, even in a limited deck, it's 30 cards. So 3 cards might not sound like a lot, but they are actually 10% of it.
It's 10% of your deck, yeah.
Um, so we have a Vulpec and a Outer Rim Mythic against,
Mhm.
what ship is that? I got the.
That is a great question. It is a green villain 2-drop ship.
Yeah,
That is
that's the
the
only thing I made
Exegol
out.
Patroller. So it is a
Hmm.
3-1 overwhelm. So really good in
Mhm.
this Snoke's strategy where you're trying to go fast. You get a 3-attack space unit that you
Mm.
get to keep buffing with your leader every turn.
Yeah,
If you want to spend the resources, obviously.
yeah. Why not? uh,
Yeah,
and then Vane can just move them around.
yeah, exactly. So he could, but I think he's probably, he's just going to
He's
trade
just
here.
trading.
And
Yep.
I think his goal here, if he can trade on the ground and keep pumping the ship up, then Symbiote might have a tough time dealing with it.
Yeah, that could definitely be the case.
That is a totally
3-1.
valid game plan.
Yeah, against Obi-Wan, it definitely is. Of course,
Yeah.
against might be much more.
Yeah, it's already a 4-2, and he could take it up
Mm.
to a 5-3 before it attacks this turn.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like he's going to. He's leaving up
Yeah,
that one resource, so he's just playing off curve and pumping up his ship.
yeah, and that is
I
the
like this
Snook game
plan from
plan.
Jordan a lot.
Yeah, that is the Snook game plan.
Mhm.
He played a Marauder as well, which is not a nothing unit. It doesn't trade back very well.
But that's the thing. If he's forcing Symbiote to trade into him, then he's
Mm.
winning the damage race. And
Isn't
if
he? Yeah.
if Symbiote tries to race, then he gets to attack in with his Marauder and utilize the raid more.
Exactly. Symbiote, is that a... He's changing something here.
I think he's trying to get a shield token or an
All
experience
right.
token. I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So, well, Lincoln is just itching to be able to get to
I
use
know.
that.
He's like, hurry up, old man. I got some stuff
Come
to
on.
do.
I've got damage to put
I got
on.
some XP to give it and damage to put on your base.
Yep. And that is what he does. So he's 9-3 already.
Yeah, he's got a 5-3 overwhelm in space now that Symbiote's got to deal with.
And also, again, he's got a Marauder that strikes for... Symbiote's got nothing of...
Yeah, he's got a 1-5 raid 3 as well. So that's 4 more into base with that if he chooses to attack with that.
Yep.
Or if he gets to. Oh,
But
protect the pod. That's huge. That was the main card that he needed to have there to be able to deal with that space unit.
Yep. But it looks like Lincoln is going to play another...
He's going to protect the pod back.
And now
These
the
are some
Marauder
safe pods. These are the safest pods you'll ever see. They are so well protected.
Very much so.
And now he can start pumping experience on the Marauder. Yeah, because right now the Marauder is the highest attack. So he still gets to attack for 5 this turn.
Yes,
Lincoln's doing a really good job at playing just one under curve and perfectly utilizing his resources and getting these XP in here.
Yes, indeed. And this Marauder was just also safe because there was...
Yeah. So there goes Symbiote's XP. I wouldn't be surprised to just see Lincoln go to base here. Yeah. Just 5 more. Up to 14
why not?
now.
He's 9 ahead.
Yeah, and the biggest difference, well, one of the big differences between Obi-Wan and Snoke is Obi-Wan can only give XP to other units and only ones that don't have experience. So he can't give it to himself. If Snoke is the largest unit, he'll give himself experience. He doesn't care.
And exactly. And the Outer Mystic or Lincoln claims, and he's got he's resourcing the ambush.
Right now, his unit has 3 HP left.
And that's the Lothcat again.
Ooh, the Lothcat is nice. But the other thing he can do is he can activate Snoke before he flips to give it a 4th remaining HP. Because I believe that Symbiote's 2 units both have 3 attack.
Yeah, they do.
He goes for the 8th brother ambush, which is also fine. It means that he's not that his unit is gonna die.
Probably, yeah. And the Outer Mystic will survive that. It's got a big booty.
It's an interesting choice there versus getting in the 5 to base.
He's so much ahead. So and this is... I don't think this is... I don't hate this. I think...
I don't hate it either. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just an interesting decision point because you want to kill the Obi-Wan with your 8th brother anyway, so that you risk potentially taking 3 more to your base or him using the Obi-Wan to trade into your unit, and you get a worse trade out of it. And the payoff that you get for that is 5 more damage on base. So I'm not saying which one is correct. I'm just saying it's an interesting decision point of the game because now also when Snoke attacks, Snoke pumps the 8th brother.
Yep.
So in the other alternate universe where your first action is attack for 5, and then you flip Snoke, and Snoke pumps himself to attack for 5 more, and then you play the 8th brother and kill a unit. So you could have had 10 damage on base instead of 4 this turn, but
Sure.
you're giving up better trade. So instead of 4 damage on Symbiote's unit, he might have killed that unit with Obi-Wan or done more damage to your base. So it's interesting the options that Logan had that turn.
And which of the ships was it that Symbiote played there?
He played the yellow hero ship that
Oh, it's the yellow one. It's
it's Stinger Mantis. When played, you
Stinger
may deal 2
Mantis.
damage to an
Yeah,
exhausted unit.
yeah, yeah.
It's a
I
4/6
was
and plays
looking
for
at
5.
I was looking at the white chips, but that's actually yellow.
Yeah, and then there we see the 3/4 ambush creature coming in clutch to take out the 8th brother before it gets to attack anymore. Oh, the Lothcat. We've seen that before.
Yep, sure have.
Symbiote is wishing that card had never been printed right now. It's been terrorizing him both of these games.
And this time, Snook is going to pump himself.
Yeah, Snoke's going to pump himself. We also see a Craving Power in hand, which is really interesting.
Interesting, because it's going to
sorry,
kill
it's an
the
Inquisitor
Stinger.
Saber, not a Craving Power.
Okay, all right.
I missaw.
All right.
But Inquisitor Saber is still good here because that
good,
Snoke has got some health.
And I mean, it still puts him up one more, and
it's attacking for 6. We see the Yoda Saber coming and using the Force to heal for 3.
Oh yeah. I play
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
play
all
on
the
that one.
Sabine players out there forget that it actually has a win played ability that you can use sometimes.
So he's swinging in with.
Looks like he might be deciding whether he's going to base or okay, yeah, he's going to base.
It's a base, yeah.
So
But
yeah,
he
up
was
to
considering trading
21.
there. And he
So now that is
at
lethal.
lethal here. Yeah,
Yeah,
he is at
because
lethal here.
Snoke is going to pump himself again to attack for 7. So Symbiote has to either find a Sentinel, which he boarded out of blue. So if he has Turret in his deck still, it costs 6. He could play it for 6, but I don't know if it's still in his deck.
But he's got he's looking at one of the yellow units. Not sure which one.
If he had his own Lothcat, it would be very nice right now. But yeah, looks like
no, he does
man,
not.
good job for Lincoln. Lincoln getting there in 2 games over Symbiote. Really, really well played. I think doing some cool lines and cool maneuvers with this Snoke deck, showing the power of it. This is the first time we've seen Snoke actually be able to snowball.
Yeah.
The Snoke ball, if you will.
And boy did he snowball.
Oh yeah.
Especially that first game where
The first game we saw him attacking for double-digit damage, and this game we still all right, I'll hit you for 6 and then 7.
Yep.
And you can only take those attacks for so long before you just die.
Yeah, certainly. This was a quick one. We did have some ideas. Maybe not. Did not intentionally draw in the.
Yeah, so I went over this a little bit at the beginning of the round, but the interesting thing here is, in round 4, there are 2 of the 3 and O's naturally drew, giving you 2 3-0-1s. And then the one that got pared down in round 5 won to become 4-0-1. So what that did is normally in a tournament like this, you would say, hey, there are exactly 4 5-0 players that you get paired into each other, you intentionally draw, and now there are 4 5-0-1 players. They get paired into each other, they intentionally draw, they're all in the top 8.
Yeah.
But
this time,
since there was that one 4-0-1 going into this round, that if he wins this round, then you would end up with 5 5-0-1s if all the 4-0s intentionally draw. So what that means is one of those 5 5-0-1s gets paired down in round 7 and can't intentionally draw. So all of the 4-0, it's like this cascading effect that goes through the whole tournament, where now whoever is 4-0-0 going into this round, they risk being, 5-0 going into this round, they risk getting paired down and then missing out on top 8 due to breakers.
Exactly. There's a 20% risk of being the one of them is going to
Exactly.
if that 4-0-1 guy.
Yeah, and it all
So,
stems down from there being a single 4-0-1 coming into this round and not just
yeah,
a clean. There are only 4 undefeated players, all 4 of them at 5-0.
exactly.
So it's really interesting how just a little thing like that completely changes the tournament math. And Kyle here in chat, trying to intentionally sneak in these 4-0-1s so people have to play it out.
Yeah, yeah. No, yeah, it makes sense, and it makes it a lot more interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Uh,
I think that what I've always said is that the people that have problems with intentional draws, there are only 2 circumstances where it comes up. Either you're X and O going into the last round, or in some cases of a long tournament, the last 2 rounds, and you say, "Hey, I'm undefeated here, so I can draw in." And I
mhm.
think that's okay. The problem comes when you say, "Hey, there are 8 people that are locks for top 8, and we all have records that get us in. No one wants to play because if you play, you get knocked out. So all 8 people just draw. And why did we have this last round?" And that comes down to a bad tournament format, in my opinion, where you should have just had one fewer round of Swiss, and then you end up without intentional draws. So it's
Yeah,
like it's
yeah,
all a lot of that to me comes down to tournament format. And a lot of it goes down to how many people are in, how many people drew naturally, how many of those draws kept winning. So there's a lot of intricacies in there as well.
yeah. And I think in one, I don't mind intention. That's not where I have a problem. I
Mhm.
think the problem I have is that they very where you had that extra round to you didn't use tiebreakers at all. You had an
Oh
extra
yeah,
round to play for it, and that's how we used to. And I really,
so the problem with that extra round is
yeah,
there
yeah,
are there are a lot of cases where you get these wonky tournament rules where so many people have to have an extra round.
yeah.
The whole thing just gets super messy.
It can get a
It's
little
like
bit messy, and especially I think for the organizers not
yeah.
actually knowing how
Yeah, when
it's
is
going to
top
have to
8 gonna
be.
start? How
Yeah,
many
yeah,
rounds actually are there and
yeah. I
all
think
this?
that's where it really, and I think a lot of the way we had it, we used it for a couple of years at least, and it was
Mhm.
really nice. It made it so that you knew record you
Yeah.
much like you do for, and then if you came to that record, if but close to it, you didn't bubble out, play,
Mhm.
and I think it. Well, there's a lot of time left in this round, so I don't know if we're going to game. Do you reckon?
Yeah, I think that what we're gonna do here is, we've already had the talk that's gonna make all of chat disagree about everything, which is talking about
Hmm.
intentional draws. So I
Yeah.
think we go from there to, um, taking a bit longer of a break. We've got still about 30 minutes left in this round, and
Mm.
then we will be back in probably about 35 or so minutes
Mm.
for the I believe what this was. I'm losing it. So this was round 6, so we will be
Yep.
back for
Round
the
7.
last round of Swiss, round 7, in about 35 minutes.
Yep.
So thanks for hanging out.
Yeah. 0.
I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. Maybe someday you'll have it your way. Maybe someday it'll all work out. Until then, nope, a nope, a nope, a nope, definitely nope, a nope, nope, a nope. Probably never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. Oh no.
Welcome back, Star Wars Unlimited fans. I am Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network, here with Viktor from the Nordic Takedown podcast. How you doing, Viktor?
Oh yeah, I'm getting a little bit tired here, but I will manage for one more.
What? It's like, are you on European time or something? Jeez.
Yes, I am. So it's 1:30 p.m. Yeah, getting a bit
Yeah.
late in the tooth.
Yeah, I hear you. But yeah, we're here for the last round of Swiss. So there were only 2 undefeated players going into this round, so they were able to draw in and be the 1 and 2 seeds. But it looks like all of I'm trying to load the standings now. I think all of
Yeah.
the people, yeah, there are currently
Everyone
2
else seems to be
6-0s
playing.
and 12 5-1. So the 5-1s cannot afford to draw in. So everyone that's 5-1 or worse has to play it out to try to get in, and we might get in some of there are currently 2 4-1-1s that might be able to get in.
Yeah. So Derek Balin and Carlos the Yoda Killer were the ones that were undefeated and could draw
Yes.
this now. So teammate of yours is definitely in the top cut then. So we got Yo against Scott Pippins maybe on this table. Not sure.
Yes. And I believe we've seen Scott on stream already, if that is the table that we've got. Oh, we got
we
table
got
3.
table
So we've got
3.
Jack Fitzgerald versus John R.
All right. So we might be getting confirmation on deck as well, but this is a matchup a bunch of times.
Yeah, this has been the matchup of the event so far with Snoke versus
Yep.
Talzin.
We got Jack Fitzgerald on Snoke,
And
and
then
that
John R
means
on Talzin.
that has to be the case then. So I do see a Will of the Wisp. No, not Will of the Wisp. The set 1 2-drop force unit being
Yeah,
resourced
Guardian of the
deck.
Wills.
Guardian of the Wills. What? Why did I say Will of the Wisps? I don't know.
that card was very bad in set 1. It's still pretty bad, but
It's still not good.
there is at least now a 1-cost upgrade to go with it in limited. There's the +1/+3 that goes on a force unit for 1 in blue. So it's not as bad as it was in set 1, but really you're playing it because you need turn 1 plays.
Yeah. So Jack Fitzgerald is from Madison. Late night gaming guys. And I think we're off here.
Yeah, we saw a Drain Essence on turn 1 into Talzin into the activation. So it's kind of build your own Sorceress Blast where you get to deal 2 damage and then -1. And it killed the Minok in space. Which we've seen do some big work, especially in something like Snoke, where you leave a space unit around for a few turns, and next thing you know, you're getting hit for 6 or 7.
Yes, keeps growing.
Oh yeah.
If you can get it off. I believe that's a village tender from
the Ewok.
Yeah, the Ewok unit. It's a 1/3 hidden restore. Into more.
A lot of space units this game, which is really interesting. We're seeing the Snoke train get rolling into one of the units that I really like with Snoke a lot, which is the Magistrate Scout. 2/4 restore 2, but now it's a 3/5 restore 2, and next turn it can be a 4/6 restore 2. So a lot of good things going.
Yep.
And yeah, Jonathan realizing there that there's no point in attacking for 2 when your opponent has a restore 2 unit to get back, so he just claims.
Exactly.
No reason to bother tapping your unit.
But then on the other hand, he's got to restore. Because both of those got restore on them. We're already to
we'll
5
see here.
resources.
Yeah, so a very much lacking force units on Jonathan's side, but still a decent board presence.
Yep.
But Snoke definitely happy with this position here.
Yeah, and then he gets to tap down Mother Talzin there, which I think is.
Yeah, tapping down Talzin, and then I believe that's a Darth Malik.
Yep, it was.
So no Sith leader, but still just a big force unit.
Yep, and that is a legendary. So that in a pool like that.
Yeah, Jonathan really trying to swing this board state back around.
Do you take out the village tender here, or do you just base with that?
It's a tough one. Because it's a lot of damage to give up. Because it's +2 now, so it's attacking for 4.
Yep. But then he's leaving a restore unit on, which is basically what you want with those small restore units.
That is true. It's only 1 attack, and when I think the the other thing here is you're looking at breakpoints of getting.
Mm.
Right now, your guy has 6 health, and
Mhm.
there's a Talzin that attacks for 3 and gives -1, and there's a
Yep.
Malik that I believe attacks for 5.
Yeah.
So getting the 1 damage on your unit means that Malik
Yeah,
attacks for
that
4,
attacks for 4.
but getting any damage on your unit just gets it closer to being able to easily be killed.
Mhm.
Versus you're winning this race where they have a 1/3 restore, but you have a just constantly growing 4 attack and then 5 attack and then 6 attack also restore. So I
Yeah.
think that
Yeah.
his goal here is to just Jack's goal here is to just make Jonathan deal with it
Yep.
and say
It looks
I'm
like.
gonna keep hitting your face and keep pumping my guy.
Yeah, making this Snook train just roll. And then he's got
Yeah.
a Sentinel here,
hmm
which will slow down Mother Tolson.
Yeah, I really like this unit a lot. The Praetorian Guard. It is a 2/5,
Mm.
and while you control a unit with 4 or more power, this unit gains Sentinel. So in something
Mhm.
like Snoke, it's really easy to turn on. It's basically like a poor man's Emperor's Royal Guard from set 1,
Yeah. Yeah.
where it's a lot easier to turn on the Sentinel, even though it has 1 less power,
Mhm.
um, and it just always has 5 health.
And that means that Darth Malik has to go into that instead. Get
Yeah.
rid of it.
The Talzin is very threatening, though. So the Talzin is
Mm.
sitting here with, I believe, an Inquisitor Saber.
Yep. It
Which,
looks
if it
like it.
attacks a force unit, gives it +2 more attack. So it attacks for 6 into a force unit. And then 7 when you count the -1/-1. So right
Yeah.
now, that Talzin can one-shot this Snoke leader. So we may
Yep.
see a little bit of a standoff here with Talzin not wanting to attack. Oh, no, Snoke just flips.
Huh.
This is
Is he just gonna
interesting to
eat
me.
it?
Yeah,
Because
I'm kind of intrigued by that flip by Jack.
yeah,
Um,
that surprised me.
I was
I
kind
mean,
of
he must
expecting
have
to
seen
attack
it
with the other
coming.
units and see if Jonathan. Well, it is very easy to forget about the Talzin -1/-1
Mm.
or the Inquisitor Saber +2. Both of those
Yeah, that's
are
text, not actual numbers.
not that common.
Yeah.
Um, I know it took me a lot of games into Talzin when I was playtesting for Galactics to remember, and even then, sometimes I would forget. Oh yeah, another -1/-1 on top, and you're
Mm.
just doing all this math in your head. It's really easy
To
to
miss some
miss
of
by
it.
1.
Yep, for sure. But he is still at 0 damage on his space here.
He
Uh,
is, but this board presence from
it's
Jonathan is
racking
getting
up, yeah.
kind of overwhelming. There's a lot of units out there, and a lot of them are not necessarily that small.
Nope,
Eh,
certainly. And -3 is going to save him
Yeah, so only attacking
as well.
for 2 here because that is
Yeah.
a +1 counter and a +2 counter. Just very
Mm, mm.
easy to read on stream. Um,
Nope.
for so it still attacks for 2.
Yep.
But yeah, I even though there's 0 damage on base here right now, I think I like Jonathan's position more. I think Jack's the one that's got to do something. His
Yep.
leader's already died. He has fewer units out. He has a big unit,
Mm.
but so does Jonathan. Jonathan's got a big unit too. So Jack's got to do
Yeah,
something here on
and
this
when we
Talzin
say big
or
here,
on this
it's
Snoke. I mean,
not huge. It is
yeah,
it's good. It's a good size, but it's only a tax force.
it's a 5/7. You could
With
make it a
restore 2.
6/8 here, but there is still this Talzin. It's not a force unit, so Talzin doesn't get the extra +2 when it attacks.
No, no,
So there's really not a great way to take it out. Um,
not currently.
but it doesn't have the best attacks either because it doesn't kill
Oh,
Talzin.
that would be pretty good though. The pod will kill
Yeah,
it.
Protect the Pod will kill it, as it kills most things.
Yep.
Because Talzin has 7 health remaining, so it gets to just deal a clean 7 damage to it.
Hmm.
Um, before it got pumped with Snoke up to 8 health.
Yeah. Uh, I'm trying to see what's in his hand there. Uh,
I believe for our Snoke player here, Jack, I believe I saw,
yeah,
I think it is the blue neutral unit that gives a
yeah.
bunch of shields to everything.
got the Relic Scavenger, I think, which isn't too impressive at this point. That's a
So that's an old Daka. We've seen that a few times. That's a really good one. But
Yeah, and he
Priestess
can
of the
buff
Force
it.
is the one I was thinking of. I think he has a Priestess of the Force in his hand, a 6/8 for 7. That when played, you can use the Force to give a shield token to each of up to 5 units. So that could help swing a board state, but right now he doesn't have a board state.
Nope, not much. And Talzin can just kill that thing.
Yeah, any Force unit Talzin can attack into for 7. With 6
now
from the
Talzin
Saber
is
and then the
starting-
-1/-1. So yeah, now that this board is starting to get a little overwhelming.
Yeah, and Jonathan is starting to pile on some damage.
Yeah.
This is going to be hard to come for.
Oh, Anakin Skywalker. So now we're seeing some
nice.
constructed cards here. That is a really good one.
So they both pulled some legendaries here.
Yeah, and it's not surprising when you're up to the top tables to see some good playable legendaries. But yeah, Anakin, we haven't seen any off aspect cards yet, any heroic cards, but still getting the -3/-3 off having a villain card in the discard and immediately getting answered by It's Worse. So one more turn, gotta find more answers here. We see the Priestess of the Force, but that's not enough. I think we're going to be going to game 2 here pretty shortly.
Yeah, that's not enough to get him back here. He's got lethal on board, right? 4/8. Yeah, he's got. Yeah. Don't know that he can stop any of these units really. Oh yeah, a Sentinel. We'll keep him off.
Yeah, and we see he's got a Relic Scavenger in hand with more Restore, but I don't think he's going to get to untap with it.
Nope. Well, I mean, he won't die this turn.
That's true. The Space Sentinel means that it's currently not lethal, but that is. So being able to kill the Space Sentinel does make it lethal. So
yeah.
There we go. On to game 2. Yeah, that was a really good start for Snoke, but just couldn't keep up with the incremental advantage that Talzin just got every turn, killing one thing and keeping something alive, killing another thing and keeping something alive, and next thing you know, it's just 4 units to 0.
We saw that this the other game as well, where one of the players had a good opening, keep up with the curve. And in a Snook deck, I mean, as long as you're playing villainous units, you don't have to be on Snook's ability. But yeah, just didn't happen. And there seems to be some sideboarding.
Yeah. Looks like a decent amount. We're trying to decide certain cards, really not wanting some, maybe. Looks like he's thinking about bringing in some yellow cards. I see a yellow base there beside him.
And that's an itinerant warrior as well. And I think that's a Kelleran Beck.
Interesting.
Yeah. Definitely itinerant warrior.
To think about if you want to try to go larger against the Snoke deck, because it does go large, but they can also go kind of fast. It depends on if they get the experience going early or late. Because getting it going early, they get really fast, and getting it going late, they get really tall. So you gotta kind of be ready for both.
Yep. Well, Yak seems to be shuffling up anyway, and Jonathan is just sleeving those cards.
Yeah. It's one thing that I like to do if I always bring extra sleeves with me to limited events. And if I think there are some cards that I'm going to sideboard often, I just also sleeve those up. And they're kind of the more traditional sideboard looking cards. But either way, we're getting shoveled up here for game 2.
Yeah.
Trying to see if Talzin can come back this time.
I mean,
Or sorry, if
he's
Snow
made
can
it
come
this
back.
far. Jonathan's made it this far. He's
Yeah.
only lost one game. So
Yeah, and he
that
took
can do things.
yeah. He took the game 1. So yeah, we'll just have to see if Jack's pressure can be a little bit more maintained this time. He might trade a little bit more instead of letting Talzin dictate the trades.
Yeah. I think that was his mistake this first game.
It's a really tough call to make, but it's one of the things that Talzin specifically really wants to do, because if you dictate the trades, you decide when your Talzin activation goes on a unit, when you do something like Talzin's Assassin, so you can temporarily shrink units and then kill them. So against Talzin, I think it's really helpful to try to be the one attacking into their units. But with Snoke, a lot of times that feels bad to do because you have one giant unit and you want to get in damage to base, and it looks so tempting. So it's kind of a tough conundrum.
Yep. No, that's what we talked about earlier in the game.
Yeah.
If you want to waste, so to speak, the down.
We do see Guardian of the Wills here.
Mm-hmm.
Not the best unit, but it does have the Force tag, which is helpful against
And he
a
does
much
have
more impressive Kylo Ren.
I think, I mean, he does play a fair amount of upgrade.
He
So
does. I think we see Yoda's lightsaber in hand, but that costs 4 off aspect. So yeah, I think we're just gonna see him go to base and get the Force here, and then Kylo takes it out.
well,
And this is where
doesn't
this Kylo is really
Guardian?
scary right now, because if you have an upgrade and get to draw a card with it,
Yep.
I think we see an upgrade in hand, but it's another interesting one, because if you draw the card, then you might have your unit die next turn without being able to get the Force back. So you're cutting yourself off from the Force. Is this Knight of Ren going to be able to just come in and get all the good trades in?
Mm-hmm.
We see Karis as well, so that makes me like the card draw a lot more, where he's able to spend his resources and he now has 2 Force units to get the Force back even if one dies.
Yep. Makes sense. And that is an off aspect yellow. That's the bounce card.
Yes, the 4 cost when it's on aspect to return a unit, use the Force, and make them discard a card as well.
Yep, a random card, which is quite important.
Oh, definitely.
So do you make the trade now with the Knights of seeing how you could actually, well, maybe you take out in order to just
Yeah, I think you take that because you don't die yet. So now if Karis attacks base to turn on the Force for Talzin, you can activate Snoke so that Talzin still can't kill the Knights of Ren.
Yeah. True.
And looks like that is exactly what's happening here.
Yeah.
So now he still needs to spend a card. And he has the Talzin's Assassin.
He dies anyway.
Yeah.
But he's still got 3 open resources, so he can play, right? So the Sentinel.
I really like that sequencing from Jonathan, because he says, hey, you have to use your Snoke and not play a 4-drop. If you play a 4-drop, I'm threatening to kill him for free. And then once he baited out the Snoke, he said, okay, no, I'm going to kill him anyway with this card that I wanted to play.
Yep.
So I like that sequencing a lot.
Very nice. Very nice. And again, we see Jack being on the back foot. He does have a to slow things down.
I think we see an 8th brother in hand, which has been a house in all of the games that we've seen. It's put in a lot of work.
Yeah, it's going to be good here.
It can't come out till next turn. I believe we're on 5 now, but
there should be damage. Shouldn't there be damage on these guys?
So this guard doesn't have Sentinel until there's a unit with 4 or more power. So right now it doesn't have Sentinel. You can attack base, but like as soon as the 8th brother gets played or the Snoke gets flipped, it will have Sentinel.
Yep.
It's interestingly enough, it counts itself because it says while you control a unit with 4 or more power, it has Sentinel. So if
you can boost it enough,
if Jack activates Snoke to give it a second experience, it will then have Sentinel because it is a 4 power unit itself. So that's an interesting interaction.
But can he though? Because Snoke will be bigger. Snoke is 4 powered.
Well, if he
right?
activates it before he flips Snoke.
Oh, he did.
But
He already
if he
did.
just flips Snoke, then it gains Sentinel anyway because Snoke himself is 4 power.
Yeah. But he used Snoke ability to give him that experience.
He gave him the first experience up to 3 power.
Mm.
But I'm
It's a
saying
Minoc?
next turn on the 6 resource turn.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So that's the Minoc, I think.
Yes. 2 resource space unit. We see what looks like a whirlwind of power in hand, so he can get, if he has a force unit, which he will next turn after he flips, he could give a unit -3/-3. But we're again at the point where this Talzin has a very large board presence.
Yep.
That Snoke has to try to deal with.
And I don't. We've got the 8th brother here.
Yeah.
Can do remove the Talzin.
That's the clean play, but now also this Karis answers the 8th brother cleanly.
Yep.
With getting it up to 5 HP and then using the force to kill it.
Yeah, but with the
Oh man, this is actually rough because now also the Inquisitor's Saber here is a clean answer to Snoke as well.
Yes.
So now, Jack is in a
doing
lot of
exactly
trouble
that.
here.
Yeah, he's doing exactly that, killing Karis into it and killing it with the.
And now if you flip Snoke, it just dies to this Talzin's assassin that doesn't die back. So if I'm Snoke here, I'm just passing. Yeah, and exactly. So you pass because you can't flip Snoke, and then Jonathan claims. So at least you don't get hit in the face for 5, but it's still looking pretty rough.
Indeed.
He could Whirlwind of Power just for -2/-2, so he can flip his leader.
Yeah.
Because once he gets an experience on it, it doesn't get one shot anymore. But he's also dangerously close to just dying.
Yeah, he's on 17 damage on base here.
We see that. Okay, so I like this one better. We see the Anakin for -3/-3, so it develops a unit on board.
Much better. Yeah. So now he can flip.
So right now it's only threatening 4 damage when attacking a force unit, and 2 when attacking a base.
So he
is just going to go 2 to base. He's saying, yeah, you get to flip now.
Well.
Ooh, that's really nice again because everything Talzin's doing is just perfectly not dying, killing this thing, threatening that.
And now Talzin can.
You have to trade into the assassin while it's still shrunk. And then now you still have this Tetranex.
Trentatek.
Tetratek and Takan board.
Yeah.
I think it's the official term.
Yep. The hedgehog.
Yeah, that guy. He's still around, threatening 5 more damage to base, even though he only has 1 health left. So this is where something like a Drain Essence would come in handy. We do see the Whirlwind, so we might see the Whirlwind of Power get used. Because it is a fairly clean answer.
I think you just go face before any of that.
Oh, that's right, because
Jonathan's on the bottom.
Jonathan has initiative, so you can just attack 5 to base first action, which I think you do here, just to get to 24.
Yeah, and then Mars could possibly get him to 27 unless Anakin takes her out.
I think you just Anakin attack into this Maz Kanata now. Yeah, to not take the 3.
You
and you still have the Whirlwind of Power to take out the Torrentatek.
Yeah.
I read it so that I could say it correctly. There's the itinerant warrior from the sideboard that we saw, and that's huge
Yeah,
here just because it's a shielded unit that gets you up to
yeah,
28. So that is threatening lethal right now, and you
it does.
can't he can't kill it
No,
easily.
he can only take out the turn to tech, and then
I think he has the
yeah,
hope that he has the
what
hope that Jack doesn't claim here, and then
yeah,
he has to draw into a sentinel or something. I definitely still agree with him playing the whirlwind there, even if he doesn't have another answer.
yeah, no,
Because
yeah,
the odds of you finding something that stops against 2 4-power guys are very low.
yeah, no, I don't see that happening. So he kind
And
of had to
Jonathan
do
does
that.
just claim here. So Jack, yeah, doesn't have the answer.
No, and that's it.
So yeah, Jonathan taking it 2-0. Very very good showing for Talzin and showing how just little things about numbers lining up matter so much in
Mm,
limited. And you see that here
mm.
with the Talzin minus or with this, ambushing into a 4-power leader. All these little things add up to this
Yep,
overwhelming board presence for Talzin.
for sure. And even though it's a lot clunkier, the way Jonathan played it was almost
Hmm.
set, where he used it to be, and for at least for the second, it wasn't that much that Jan gave him.
Hmm. Oh, you started to cut out there a little bit more, Victor.
Oh,
But yeah,
yeah.
oh, you're back now.
Well, anyway, that was the end of round. It's 2 o'clock here. I'm going to, uh,
Well, Victor,
but
thank you very much for hanging out with me for so long and into so late at night. Everyone, go take a look at the Nordic Takedown podcast, and you
yes,
guys are
please
going to be
do.
streaming your own PQs soon as well, right?
Yeah, yeah, we have a Swedish PQ coming. The be able to Finland as well. But
Oh, nice.
next,
Yeah. Hmm.
yeah, next weekend we've got stream
Okay.
open, which is the great prices, and finish.
Yeah, I think you were saying the largest
Yeah,
Scandinavian PQ, right?
it's not a PQ. It's
Or
just
the oh, gotcha.
like a major tournament kind of thing. But
Oh,
we're
cool.
going to be like, got yeah. Yeah. All right. I'll maybe just sign off on next week and do watch us. It's a 2-day event. We're going to stream the whole. So hopefully you
Excellent. And that'll be on the Nordic
games.
Takedown YouTube channel.
Yes, it will.
Excellent. So yeah, everyone go check that out. So this was the last round of Swiss. So
Mhm.
we're gonna take a break. There may be an interview with Ron from Fantasy Flight Games. We're still working out if that's gonna happen. Our plan is to show the draft on video. Also, still working out the fine details on that. If there is any kind of update on how that's going, we can come back live to tell you, or I'll tell you in chat. But for now, we're going to take probably about a 30 to 40-minute break until this round ends, and we know exactly what's happening next with Top Cut and with potentially an interview with Ron from FFG. I am Jeff Creasy and was here with Victor, and thank you very much for tuning in. We'll be back in a bit.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
I don't. I think they just use gatherer. But yeah.
Everybody's using now.
Yeah.
We can actually make this work, and I need you guys to help too when we go to melee. There's a couple of very simple things that can be done in melee that's going to make it so that we can do like hands a lot easier. Two, one. What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopy here at Late Night Gaming. I'm here with Ron. If they're Hanukkah, come back for a second. Pop into the camera so they can see you. This is Annika, who's the TO at Pastimes, who made this all happen. But Ron agreed to join us for an interview about limited and organized play.
Yeah.
So
Thanks for having me. We've been here since all day. So we just had 7 rounds of quiz. Pretty exciting. A lot of different leaders played. A lot of cool cards opened. I think I saw 2 or 3 showcases.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yep. Someone pulled a Johnny Morrow Mall.
There you
So
go.
that's pretty exciting. So yeah.
I won a draft at my kitchen table with Maul on Tuesday. We had a Carbonite draft. I dropped Maul Showcase, and I did actually beat my family.
That's fantastic.
So, having seen the event here at Pastimes, which used to be your home store,
Yes.
how do you think this went?
I actually think it went really well.
Okay.
I heard a lot of positive feedback. The longest portion is the the verification processes,
Right.
which will just take people a little time to get used to it, but it went pretty fast. I can't I have no real no negative feedback to hear back. It was just, hey, thanks for doing it. I really like draft. And so yeah, I'm pretty excited that it's here. I'm excited that people are enjoying it and learning something new that I'm really passionate about. So
And I am too. I know I've drafted with you before,
Yep.
Several times as we're waiting for here. It's not the first time we've done coverage. Limited, sealed, in fact, is my favorite format.
really,
Period. Yep.
Yeah.
I love sealed.
I love sealed too. And one nice thing that's really great about sealed is everybody comes in with the same opportunity to open something great.
Right.
And then the really skilled players can take something that might be average or less than average and see how well they can pilot that to get into that position of the glorious top 8 where you get to boost your draft.
And I can tell you what, you can watch my build from this morning on stream. My pool was hot trash. I'm very proud for my 3 wins today. I mean,
listen.
So if I'll challenge anybody watching this later, go watch the replay of the beginning of this stream. Tell me what I could have done differently.
Yeah.
I made the best deck I could. But let me ask you this: why is FFG adding limited to organized play at all?
So actually, there's a lot of compelling reasons to add limited to organized play. And honestly, the most obvious one is the game was designed with limited in mind from day one.
Right.
We the designers wanted to make sure that limited was a fun, exciting way to play Star Wars Unlimited, and they put a lot of effort to make sure that it's a fun experience. You can play a lot of different leaders, and there are even leaders and cards that are designed to be particularly good in limited.
Right.
And maybe those leaders don't get to shine in a constructed format. So here's another way to experience Star Wars, enjoy it, and everyone's on the same playing field in limited. Like I said, you all have the same chance to open a really cool pool of cards. So that's definitely one of the reasons. The other reason is limited offers and puts a spotlight on different skills. Right. So there's the 2 really valuable skills that come with limited is being able to build a deck on the fly out of a pool of cards. And then the other one is being able to draft.
Right.
Being able to read table signals and find the open color, right? And build a really, really synergistic deck with a bunch of commons and uncommons.
Yeah, true story. The first time I have 4 players in my house. We do draft to open most of our pack because we have 4. You can draft that way. The first time we drafted, I told both of my kids what leader and base they were playing, and they're like, "How did you do that?" That's one of the things. And honestly, limited has like a really rich and storied history in trading card games. Right.
And
going back to Magic.
Going back to the original card game and stuff like that. And so there's a pretty substantial audience of people where limited is their preferred way to engage with a trading card game. And by putting it into competitive play, now we're opening up the space for Star Wars Unlimited for players who really want to engage with that to have an opportunity to play that in a competitive way.
And it's actually being added to larger events?
Yes. Yes. So Philadelphia sector
is all limited.
It's a limited sector.
Absolutely.
That means there's going to be sealed and limited play all weekend long. And it is one of those rare opportunities where someone's going to be able to earn a bunch of points, win a limited sector, and it'll be the first time we do it. And it's going to be super exciting. Spain regionals in Spain, also a limited event.
So, and it actually starts before the constructed pool. Is that right?
What do you mean?
So is there a limited then a constructed after that begins the day before, where the limited is first and then goes into it, or how is that going to work?
I actually don't know exactly what I can say about Spain, other than there's limited there.
There is limited in Spain.
Yeah, I don't. So, to be honest with you, I kind of just designed the my job as the retail store specialist is to literally just help design the system, right? There's different people that actually run and set up the regionals and things like that.
Right.
So I do know there's going to be limited there. I do know that for sure, which that means if there's limited there, that means there's going to be some Swiss sealed. There'll probably be some number of draft or something. But that's all I can really say about Spain, other than it's a very large limited event.
And is it part of Galactics for 2026?
That you're gonna have to wait to find out. I can't talk about Galactus 2026. You're gonna have to wait for somebody else to spoil that info for you.
I think that if you watch Jim's stuff with Unplayable, he might have mentioned that a little.
Oh, really? I actually did get a chance to see it yet, because I'll be honest with you guys.
You've been working.
As I say, I was at Galactics. I went from Galactics straight to Gen Con. And then when I came back from Gen Con, I took like 3 or 4 days off of work. And then the moment I went back to work, I was working on all the review of Gen Con, the review of Galactics. And then I'm here. So literally,
like I was gonna say, that was like last week.
Exactly. I have literally had no opportunity. My plan, when everyone goes to now that I'm home, my plan is actually to catch up and watch the live stream from Galactic. So I hadn't seen. I heard it was really amazing, but I didn't have a chance to see it.
Absolutely. And watch Unplayable's interview with Jim Carp right too. I think he did mention that Galactic, I think, will have a limited event that
he did.
Too.
Okay. I did. Okay, sure.
So
Jim knows it. Then Jim says it.
So yeah, I mean, nobody can yell at him. What has the community reception been like from the stores? I mean, that's your contacts, right? Now that limited is actually part of PQ.
Yeah, so for us, it's been incredibly positive. Good. There has been a lot of extremely positive response of, thank you for doing this. Thank you for giving us the opportunity. It also allows, again, a new entry point into playing Star Wars, right? So, like, let's say you're someone who really likes competitive play, but you're just getting into Star Wars with Legends of the Force,
right?
Now you can come to a limited PQ. You don't have to own anything, and you can get right into playing competitively, right? So,
absolutely.
Which I think that's something that stores really like. It also means that now that we say, hey, it's important to play limited, it's part of our competitive system. That means now we're going to start seeing little limited communities pop up in stores, more booster drafts in stores, more sealed decks in stores, more beginner events for limited. There's a whole world of possibilities that can happen with that.
And I know Pastimes has run big limited events before.
Oh, yeah.
My local in Madison runs exactly this format. I've played sealed competitive before because Misty Mountain runs that. So I hope that that's something that takes off.
The funny thing is, there was a small gap where when I got the job at FFG and I was employed here, there was like a 3-week gap where I was employed at neither place. And I got to play in that limited booster draft here at Pastimes.
I remember you doing, and you actually top 8, didn't you?
I actually won.
You actually won.
I actually won the whole event.
And D-House from Unplayable actually was in the top 3. Yep.
And it's actually one of the largest PQs ever, because even every PQ I ever ran at Pastimes, we would always sell out, get 128. But then, stuff happens. People sign up and like new commitments come up and they can't make it. So like you end up with like maybe 120 or 125. A couple of people can't make it the last minute. And, but the wait list was so long for this event that
we fired with 128.
Yes, we fired with 128. There was a wait list of people to get into the event. So yeah, it was. If that doesn't tell you something about the excitement for limited,
And I'm excited. I was more excited for this event than probably anything since regionals. I think we're the first ones to endeavor to cover a limited Star Wars Unlimited event. And for those that have asked, I've watched the comments. We are doing the draft live. So hopefully we have a volunteer that I can con into doing it. So long as I have a willing player, we're going to actually have their picks, and I think you'll be excited about the commentary. So, are you excited for the Philly sector that's limited?
100%. And I'm excited for two reasons. One, it's the next step up, right? We're going from limited PQ now to a sector PQ. Highlight Unlimited, thousands of people are going to play. Thousands of booster packs are going to open. Maybe not thousands of packs are open, not thousands of players. Sorry, misspoke. Hundreds of players, thousands of packs are going to be opened. So it'll be very exciting to see how that environment checks out. Also, I'm actually not going to be attending Philly personally in person, which means I will be glued to coverage that weekend. I will be watching a lot of Star Wars Unlimited, so I will be very excited to see limited play because that is one of my passions.
All right, and what are the challenges of a large event like that?
So limited generally, there's one thing about limited is it's not completely foreign concept, right? It's got a super long history, so there are always like security measures that we can take and implement and that kind of thing. So depending on like how big the event is, the competitive nature of the event, there are a number of different security measures we can employ that are all like super proven and very, very effective to ensure the integrity of the event. So as far as challenges, I don't think there's really any like technical challenges. I think the biggest challenge is just that it's going to be a new process for people. For a lot of people, they're going to go to a big event and they're like, I've never done this before. What's the process? So I think it's just more of communicating the process on the day of, hey, how do we do this? What's the best way? Because it just takes time. Eventually, you'll get to a point, a couple of years down the line when, people have done so many limited events that like we don't even need to tell you what to do. You just be like, oh yeah, let me sort my cards and write it on a checklist and all that kind of stuff. So.
And how does that verification process work for anybody who's thinking of going to one of these events?
So it loosely
without giving all the details of the security you take, but what generally are the players going to do?
Loosely, a verification process loosely works like a player opens their a certain half the table, either one side of the table or the other will open their packs.
They'll watch by the other player.
Yeah, they'll open their pack one at a time with the other side of the table observing. And they just open their packs and they count to make sure they have 16 cards.
Right.
And they do that for each pack, so they have 96 in total. Once everyone does that on one side of the table, then the other side of the table repeats that same process. Once everyone's done, you switch cards with the person across from you. So now you have their pool of cards, they have your pool of cards. And then there's a little checklist. You just write down all the cards that player has opened. They will do that for you. And then once everyone's done, they switch back. And then you verify to make sure that there just was no mistakes. Like the person across you didn't maybe write down the wrong card in the wrong box or the wrong number. So everyone just verifies. Once they're verified, then the players then construct their decks as normal. You have to build a 30-card deck. You have to pick a base and a leader, and then anything you don't play is your sideboard. So which can be used. Your deck has to be the same at the start of every match in game one. But after game one, anything in your sideboard could be swapped with anything in your main deck as long as you reset at the start of every match. So there's a lot of flexibility. And that's a really secure process. There are other measures as the events get more competitive that we can deploy and we will deploy. But I don't want to talk about them right now. We'll kind of talk about them when they're more relevant.
All right. So last question. I know that one thing Fantasy Flight tries to do and has done is take feedback from events. If people have feedback on the limited events, how can they get that to you guys?
The simplest, easiest way, when you go to your stores and you're doing your PQ surveys, fill them up, send them in. At every PQ event, there is a QR code on the table tents that are provided to the store that links directly to a survey. I don't have one with me.
I was actually just going to look. They've actually cleaned them all up here.
They're little black table tents, and there's a white QR code on there. You scan it, it takes you directly to the PQ survey. It is literally one of the best ways to send us direct feedback that we are always looking at. So anytime you go to a PQ and you fill out that survey, send us the feedback, we collect it, we look at it, we treasure it. So it is one of the best ways for you to send us direct feedback.
Very good. Well, so thanks so much for joining us, Ron.
Yep.
I heard that the player announcement here is going to be the draft starting soon.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm actually going to be watching this entire draft. So
And absolutely. So the next thing up, folks, will be the top 8 draft. We're going to go find 2 volunteers to hopefully draft on stream. We'll have a commentary throughout, and then we're going to play out the matches. So thanks very much, Ron. And everybody tune in. The top 8's after this.
sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
sure those are Carlos's arms. They might have convinced him.
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome back, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We are here for the top 8 draft at the Pastimes Comics and Games Limited Planetary Qualifier in Chicago, Illinois. I'm Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network, and I am thrilled to be here with TowerNumberNine from the McClunky Gaming Competition Team. How you doing, Tower?
I'm doing great. It's good to be here, and I'm excited to see some drafting here on stream. You know, I've done a lot of coverage with the McClunky Gaming team of various events in Star Wars Unlimited, but this is going to be my first time commentating on a draft event, which I think should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, same. And it looks like, I believe we have Yoda Killer Carlos drafting with us on stream, and I think that's Micah from McClunky Gaming as the second stream drafter. Oh, it's Brett, sorry. Yeah, I think it's Brett, not from a team. Yeah, because Carlos and Micah, I think, are playing each other in top 8, so they would be on opposite sides, not next to each other. So yeah, it is not the late night gaming, but there is a late night gaming player in the top 8.
So for any viewers who are not familiar with the drafting process, you're going to start off with a leader draft here, where you take just the leaders out of your 3 draft packs. You're going to pick one leader and then pass the other 2 on. You'll be passed 2, and then you'll pick one of those and then pass the other one on, and then you'll receive one passed as well. Generally speaking, Jeff, I think the strategy here is to try and first off pick good leaders, but also try to keep your options open by drafting leaders from a range of aspects. In particular, I think that if you have only heroism or only villainy leaders, that can really constrain what sort of deck you end up building.
Absolutely. And another really interesting facet of this is that all the leaders are drafted face up. So that you see the leaders went off stream here because they're right beside the camera. They're outside of these little DM screens that we have because everyone in the draft sees every leader that's opened. So you can also guess what might get passed to you and try to use
Right.
that to decide who you want to draft. And we see here Obi-Wan, which was one of the stars of the event. In sealed, we saw a lot of Obi-Wan, Snoke, and Talzin. They're obviously not the only leaders available, but they are who we've seen most on stream.
One thing that I'll say about running Obi-Wan and Talzin in particular is that in this set, you can sometimes find yourself in trouble if you have a leader and deck build that relies on the Force, but you find
Hmm.
yourself losing control of the ground arena.
Absolutely.
On the other hand, some of the strongest synergies in the set involve the Force, so it can be kind of a calculated risk there.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And I think that's one of the reasons that we saw Snoke thrive a lot because he didn't need the Force. You could use it; it was fine. Like you still have your cards like your Talzins, Assassins, whatever that use it, but you don't need it. And now I
Yeah,
believe we have finished the
I
leader
think that's a
draft.
very good point. Snoke's ability is just pretty good, just as a standard ability here. What's your
Is
favorite leader in limited in this set?
That's a tough one. I do think it's different between sealed and draft. Um, because draft, you have the ability to potentially draft a much faster deck, a much more aggressive deck, because you get to more cherry pick your cards. You can also go a lot heavier into a theme in draft. So one of the leaders that I like a lot more in draft and sealed is Grand Inquisitor. He needs the force to work, but you have the option to do things like cherry pick the yellow villain uncommons that hopefully a lot of other people aren't going to go for. It's
Right.
interesting here because both of our drafters right next to each other have him as an option. So if they both go for him, it's probably going to end poorly for at least one of them, because finding your open lane in these drafts is incredibly important.
Yeah, and so whichever one is passing to the other can, in theory, try to lock in Grand Inquisitor if they want to go for him by picking a bunch of cards of that type and hoping the opponent picks up on the signal that that's not going to be open. And
Yes.
so if that plan then works out, they can hopefully get past some good Grand Inquisitor cards by the opponent who's gone into something else. But,
Mhm.
not clear if that's what's going to be done here.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Carlos, who is on the left of our screen. So his options are Grand Inquisitor, Revan, and Ahsoka. Ahsoka is nice because blue neutral and blue hero have a lot of good options for force units. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Carlos try to utilize this Grand Inquisitor because he knows that Brett has Obi-Wan, who's one of the premier leaders of the set. So I think Carlos might assume, hey, I know Brett's going to try to make this Obi-Wan work. So if I just go complete opposite color and opposite aspects, where I'm yellow villain, he's green hero, we might just be able to have this gentleman's agreement that we just both get what we want and try to get good cards that we want out of these packs.
Yeah, that's often I think what you want to do. I know some people talk about hate drafting and so on, but generally speaking, I think the strategy for a lot of these drafts is to try to make your own deck as strong as possible more than it is to try to mess with other people.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why whenever you draft, you play against the person that's the furthest away from you possible, so that you're not gonna say, "Oh, I know round one I'm playing against this person." I don't see any huge bombs in Brett's pack there. I can't see all the cards. Carlos, it looks like there's a Yaddle there, so that's interesting because we know Yeah, so Carlos is. It looks like he's at least first gonna try to make this Ahsoka work, and I think partly because he got this Yaddle, he's getting passed to by Brett. So if Brett goes for this Obi-Wan and tries to get into an Obi-Wan blue, they could be fighting over the same cards here.
Did we see a Depa Balaba drafted there? I'm not I'm not entirely sure. but I believe we may have seen a Depa Balaba drafted, which
Oh,
is I
interesting.
actually do think that's kind of a bomb.
Yeah, I like Depa a lot. We see a lot of both shielded and we see a lot of games dominated by units like Turret. So having both Ambush and Saboteur on a Force unit is really big.
Yeah, I think that generally speaking, ambush is a very strong keyword in the game. And in the
Absolutely.
limited environment, ambush can actually be even better than it is in constructed play a lot of the time.
I agree. Limited is all about board control, and ambush really helps with that. And also, when you're ambushing a force unit, you get the ambush plus the force activation, and don't give your opponent a chance to deny you the force token.
Yeah.
Ooh, we see some good cards here.
Similarly, I know
Siege here.
during the limited or during the sealed portion of the event, I know that the Toronto Tech made a few appearances.
Oh yeah,
That's a card that I think is very strong in this limited format.
yeah. And Carlos here with a really tough choice. Even if he wants to stay Ahsoka. Oh wow, he didn't go for the Secret of Sage. He went for a different unit. I couldn't tell if it was a blue unit. I couldn't tell exactly what it was. But I believe it was blue neutral. Trying
Yeah.
to scroll through here to
Well,
see. It might have been Luthen Rail.
there's kind of a question as to like how much do you want to stay open? And
Mhm.
a lot of it depends on what the quality of the cards you're getting past are. You know, if there's a huge bomb, you probably want to take that, even if it commits you to a certain route. But you can also, by drafting more cards that only have one aspect, whether that be heroism, villainy, or just one of the neutral aspects, you can often put yourself in a spot where you are able to adapt to what's getting passed to you and maybe
Mhm.
try and maximize whatever is most open in the draft instead of committing early. But,
Yeah.
that doesn't always work out as a strategy either.
Yeah, it's really tough. So, for anyone, I think the most common game that people may have drafted before is Magic the Gathering to come to this game. And the difference in Magic is you only need 23 playable cards to make your average deck, and here you need 30. And you're drafting the same number of cards, so it makes it a lot harder to swerve. It can be really difficult to try to change directions, even just a few picks in, and still have a fully cohesive deck. So it's like I like what you're saying about trying to stay open early. We see Carlos taking a second color here. That was his first red unit. So he's taken blue and blue hero. And what's Brett looking at here? It looks like he's thinking about It's Worse, which is just nice neutral. It's a little overcosted. Um, but I think he's debating between that and a couple of good yellow villain things.
Yeah, it's worse is an interesting card in my opinion. So it's worse. That's going to be a card, a 7 cost event that defeats a non-leader unit.
Hmm.
This is not really efficient. In fact, it's really kind of bad in constructed play. But in limited, I remember back in the Spark of Rebellion days, people would actually play out of aspect Vanquish just to
Oh,
have like a
all the
big
time.
removal thing.
I
And its
loved
worst
Out of
is
Aspect Vanquish.
basically a Vanquish that's always out of aspect.
Yeah, I loved Out of Aspect Vanquish in all set one limited, and I think Vanquish was in another set too. I played it there Out of Aspect as well. It's so good. It always catches people by surprise. And removal is
That's another
huge.
interesting thing about the way that this game's aspect system works in limited play is out of aspect cards can definitely be included, whether that be, just filling space because you didn't draft enough for your aspect, which, is a little unfortunate, or more
Mhm.
favorably, you might have out of aspect cards that you have intentionally selected because you think they're strong even with the cost increase.
Yeah, and it's interesting there. So I was talking about the Grand Inquisitor, and one of the things about sealed is you only get to see cards from 6 packs total. So one of the big differences between draft and sealed is you can get a lot more focused uncommons because each player has 3 packs. So you have a total of 18 packs to look through instead of just 6. Now, obviously, you don't see every card from every pack. Players take one. But when you're trying to make something like a Grand Inquisitor deck, we just saw Brett pick up a Balin Skull. And that and Shin Hati are two of the like premier units that you want in your Grand Inquisitor deck as yellow villain force units that are powerful with synergies, and Shin Hati being hard to remove, and Balin being a nice body with an enters effect. So I'm interested if Brett is going to be the only person in this lane, how powerful. I mean, we're seeing so many yellow cards in all of his packs. I think Brett's setting up to have a monster deck here.
Yeah, it's an interesting point there, Jeff. I think some people might naturally think, well, you only get 3 packs worth of cards instead of 6. Aren't draft decks going to be weaker than sealed? But in practice, draft decks are generally a lot stronger than sealed decks, because even though your total pool is a lower number of cards, like you said, you're drawing those cards from a greater total number of packs and choosing ones that are hopefully going to be more focused and cohesive than what you would get in a sealed pool.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So we saw him get the Balin. Now he just needs the Taylor Sith, which is the name I totally just made up and did not steal from Kyle Craft in chat.
I think that so you were mentioning earlier Grand Inquisitor and getting those synergies. I tend to think that Grand Inquisitor is actually a very strong character in this format.
Absolutely.
Back in the Spark of Rebellion days, there was an interesting situation where one of the least popular leaders in the game in constructed play was Jin Urso.
Mhm.
But Jin Urso was also one of the strongest, maybe the strongest leader in the game when it came to limited, where her ability was much more relevant. And
Yeah.
Grand Inquisitor has an ability that's very similar to Jin's in terms of allowing you to attack with your units and give the defender a power debuff when doing so.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we just saw Brett get a Shin Hati. It might have been a second sister. I'm not 100% sure, but it was a yellow villain card with a lightsaber on it that I believe was a force unit. So yeah. And then Carlos is also taking these yellow cards. So one of the things that happens a lot in these drafts when two people are drafting the same color is what they say is that it's called getting cut in the draft, and when someone ahead of you is taking your colors. So what we might end up seeing here is Brett cuts Carlos in packs 1 and 3 because both of those packs go in that direction, and Carlos cuts Brett in pack 2. Usually what that means is Brett can end up with a more powerful deck because he gets 2 packs worth of good cards and Carlos only gets 1. That's kind of a top level view, and obviously everything doesn't always work out that way, but that's kind of the rough gist of it. You want to be on the side of the person that you're cutting where you cut them for 2 packs and only get cut for 1. And I'm not.
Right.
I think Carlos is going to be in yellow hero, so it's not a direct cutting. They're only fighting over these neutral cards, I think. But it's still interesting because there are some strong neutral cards. We saw Brett take the Lothcat, which we saw used to devastating effect during the Swiss. And it's a really interesting card to help you get over the line and just slow down some tempo.
Yeah, a lot of limited gameplay, both here and in some other games, is generally at a kind of lower power level than constructed, just because the decks include less focused choices. Even in draft, you're not going to be having the same type of thing that you have in constructed. Admittedly, there are rare situations where you can have like more than normal copies of cards that are really good, but by and large, you're going to be operating at a lower overall power level, and legendary cards and the like are going to be quite uncommon. However, there are also some differences in just what ends up happening. You see a lot more like unit combat and like not the most efficient cards in the game, and people playing like decently good cards and crashing them into each other for board control and so on.
Mm-hmm. Really interesting pack here. We see Carlos with another Yaddle and a Shin Hati. Brett opened another
I think
Balin.
I think
Oh,
they
this
may
is them
be
reviewing their pool.
reviewing. Yeah,
Yes.
they're reviewing because I
That
saw
makes way
like
more
Beba
sense.
Balaba again on the
Yeah.
on there.
Okay, so they haven't started pack 2 yet. So Carlos does have some villain cards, and he has that Yaddle. So he may be going for Grand Inquisitor himself and just took the Yaddle with his first pick and then swerved into Grand Inquisitor.
Yeah,
And
swerving may not be like 100% maximally pure or whatever, but it is a very relevant move. And look at that. I think there's a constructed lightsaber there on the field.
Yeah. Is that a constructed or an heirloom?
Oh, yeah, you could be
Heirloom, the
right.
common one. I believe it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's a lot less hype than a constructed lightsaber.
You are not wrong. It is still a good card, but much less good for this Grand Inquisitor deck than a constructed saber would be. Oh, we see
Yeah,
Ezra taking for Carlos. So it looks like I think he's probably thinking that he's going to be blue-yellow and unsure if he's going to be hero or villain. So he could go either way with Ahsoka or Balin, or Grand Inquisitor. That's kind of a nice place to be. You know both your colors, and your only distinction is if you take certain hero or villain cards. So you try to take neutral cards in those colors, and you can go either way if you open a big bomb that you like.
Yeah, there are worse spots to be than that. Looks like a Craving Power, I believe, was quickly selected there.
Yeah, that's a really good card. I don't believe we've seen Brett take many non-yellow cards, and that's one of the places that I like to be. Is you're locked in on your primary color of type, that is your leader. You are yellow villain, and then okay, I see Craving Power. Now I can be yellow green. Or in pack 3, oh, I see some big unit that I want to splash. Now that can be my second color.
Right. Yeah, I think if you do have that luxury of not having committed to another aspect, you can just be like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna, whatever the best cards are, whatever the best things I'm seeing, best things I'm getting past, I can, pivot there and be in a spot where I can adapt to what the draft is giving me and just try to get a higher overall card quality than if I was just trying to force.
Yeah, and here we saw Brett take a red villain card. So he might be either between green or red as a secondary color, or he may just be on red as a secondary color and say, I'll play Craving Power for 7, deal. That was a big thing to
if
do
you
with
both
Overwhelming
have
Barrage in set
big
1.
bomb units and you play a Craving Power for 7 and kill their big bomb and buff yours even more, that's not exactly a bad spot to be in.
Yeah, definitely. Carlos has some interesting cards in this pack. I actually really like the Purgle Space Whale. Witch of the Mist is nice if you're going to be in red as a turn 1 play, but we think he's blue-yellow. Yeah, he does take the Purgle. So it's really interesting. We're basically seeing two very different draft strategies from these two players, because we see Carlos locked in on 2 colors and can switch between hero and villain, and we see Brett locked in on 1 color plus villain. I think both are incredibly reasonable draft strategies, and it's really cool that we're seeing both separately play out here.
Yeah, we'll have to see which strategy ends up being more powerful as we move on in the draft and get to those top rounds. I believe we're going to be doing not only the whole draft here, but we will also be seeing what happens in those top cut games, which I think should be a pretty interesting sight. This is, there are a few of these sealed PQs, but I believe that the majority are constructed, and it's going to be interesting to see what that top 8 draft looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is also a good precursor to Philly, which we know is going to be all limited, and a similar thing with the top 8 draft. I was saying it earlier, but there's so much more skill expression in draft and reading the open lanes, and you have to figure out what might wheel, what's not going to get taken and come back to you, and you have to build a more cohesive deck. So it's a much higher skill expression to do well in draft, and it's really exciting to see top players doing it.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that I would say higher, but I think different at the very least, and it has some skills that I think are easier to or rather that are harder to just sort of imitate. So, in a constructed deck environment, there's the deck construction and so on, but it's a lot easier to get a deck list from somebody than it is to get a draft guide from somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Draft guides are very intense things. We kind of put one together as a team for the Bothans, and it's very intensive. There's a lot of thought considerations for knowing what colors have what aspect of the curve. Let's say there's a rare unit that gives all droids raid 2 or 3. How many droids are in the set? What are the odds that you're going to be able to get them? Things like that. That with sealed, you don't need to care because you see your whole pool. Okay, I have this droid guy. How many droids are also in my pool? But in draft, you need to make a decision. Am I going to swerve for this early? Am I going to try to build a droid deck? You know, how likely am I in these colors to be able to have the force by turn 2 or 3 consistently if I need to use the force for my leader? So it's a lot of it is about a deep understanding of the card pool as well, and the odds that you're going to find the certain cards that you need.
Another interesting thing about draft in particular is that the experience of drafting can be very different depending on the experience level and style of drafting that the other people at your table are employing.
Absolutely. It's very easy
I
to
think,
send signals to say, "Oh, I'm doing this," and if the person next to you can't read those signals and says, "Well, I'm just going to do that too, and we're both going to have bad decks," then it can be kind of tough. And I don't
yeah,
think we're seeing that here. We're seeing both players go yellow, but I think that we're seeing both of them with what look like they're going to be very functional decks. I don't see anything. The one caveat is I'm not 100% sure how good everyone is on turn 1 plays, which is a big thing in this format particularly. So that's something I'm going to try to watch for here as they're reviewing after pack 2. I know I saw Carlos pass a Secretive Sage, and we know he took a Yaddle. But I'm
Secretive
interested.
Sage is a pretty good card.
It is. It's one of the best cards in the set. So I was intrigued that he took that, or that he passed on that, especially pretty early in the draft. Maybe he wasn't convinced he was going to be blue at that time. Yeah, let's see. I believe Carlos took a Curious Flock, which is not terrible turn 1 play. I think I saw a Shatterpoint in there. And yeah, it looks like Brett is pretty locked in now to yellow red villain. We did see him take that Craving Power, which I assume he's just going to play for 7.
I do think we're seeing maybe a review of cards over there is that a review by Curve? Is that what's going on here?
Yes, so I think that's what Carlos is trying to figure out is how many turn 1 plays do I have? How many more do I want to get for 2s and 3 drops? And it looks like he's more locked in now on the hero side of things. So I think we're seeing these decks shape up where it looks like we're going to see Brett be on Grand Inquisitor red, so yellow red villain, and we're going to see Carlos on Ahsoka yellow, so blue yellow hero.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens. Generally speaking, when you're in that last pack, it's pretty late to do a swerve.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to see
So I
something
think
pretty good.
Yeah, I think they're mostly going to be trying to fill out sort of the existing. Maybe you would see something like I think we've seen with the villain deck both. I think we've seen both green and red cards being drafted. So maybe you would swerve
Yeah.
your secondary aspect, but you should kind of have a sense of where you're going at this point, I feel.
Yeah, and that's huge for Brett. He had a double Acolyte of the Beyond pack, which when you're playing a yellow-red villain force deck is exactly what you want to see. That's probably one of the best cards that he could have gotten, and he'll take all of those that he can get. Here's another villain turn 1 play that is a force unit. I would be shocked if he doesn't snap up this Kylo or the droid.
Oh, he's thinking about the droid.
Well, they're both
upgrade
turn 1
removal
plays.
there.
But yeah, I like
Goes
the
with the
Kylo just
Kylo.
because you need the force to use.
Yeah.
If you didn't have a force leader, I would probably take the droid there, even though Kylo can give you the force. But the fact that you're on Grand Inquisitor who can use the force to help you trade, I think I like taking the Kylo there.
Yeah, I think that's a good pick. That probe droid has an interesting ability where I believe the card is 2 for a 2/3, and it then, when played, can defeat a non-unique upgrade.
Yes, we've seen it take
Um,
out shields in Swiss, and it can also a lot of the lightsabers in this set. The common ones are not unique, and it can kill those as well. So it can be a big swing. It is also a good card to have. For sure. I would not
yeah,
have
so like
faulted
2
Brett
for
if he had
2/3
taken
is
that
on
droid.
curve, and if you get an
Yeah.
upgrade off the field while you do it, that's like quite good.
I agree. It's very good.
On the other hand, if the opponent plays like Yoda's lightsaber or something and it's unique and your upgrade removal doesn't do anything, that's an awkward moment.
Yeah, this pack for Brett got saved by this Jedi in hiding. There's not much else there that he really wants. There's a lot of hero cards in there. Carlos took an Itinerant Warrior, which is another really good card to have in any blue hero force deck.
Yeah, Itinerant Warrior, absolutely a card that has seen a fair amount of constructed play.
Yeah.
And you get the healing, which is nice to have. You get the 4/4 with force, and it has that shielded to make it extra resilient. And I think that's really handy in this type of limited environment where there
Mhm.
isn't going to be as much removal and there's a lot of just units crashing into each other.
Yeah. Yeah, and looks like Carlos has a couple of options for turn one plays. There's a Guardian of the Wills, and I think there's also the Urchin. And Guardian of the Wills, it's unexciting, but it's a turn one play that's a force unit. And I think, especially when you're playing a leader that uses the force, and you just picked up cards like Itinerant Warrior, it's where you've just gotta eat your vegetables where you can. You've just gotta make sure that you're gonna have turn one plays.
Yeah.
And
Now, Guardian of the
nothing's worse.
Wills, it is kind of awkward if you don't have upgrades that like make sense there, but it is a force unit at the end of the
Mhm.
day. What do you think about the Urchin versus the Guardian of the Wills?
I would usually rather have the Urchin. Um, Because Guardian of the Wills is also very initiative dependent. It gets killed by most other turn one plays, whereas the Urchin, it's guaranteed to give you initiative. The caveat for that is assuming that you're in a deck that really needs the force. But those are the only decks where I want Guardian of the Wills anyway. Because if I'm playing
Yeah.
something like an Obi-Wan deck, I want Urchin over Guardian of the Wills 100% of the time because I want to make sure I get the force and then you can turn it into a 2/5. Whereas your Guardian of the Wills, even if it gives you the force, it's likely to die right after.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that one too, Jeff. The gifted urchin is not a flashy card, but sometimes that extra HP can be what you need to stay alive and swing in for a force token.
Mhm. Carlos making a tough choice here. He's looking at the Night Saber, and he ended up going with a different unit. And the Night Saber is one of the it's kind of a trap card in my opinion. It looks nice, 2 resources for +3/+2, but it not only has to go, it has to go in a non-vehicle Jedi unit, which is very restrictive. It can't go on Guardian of the Wills. It can't go on most of your Force turn one plays, especially in draft. So I think it's really
Yeah,
tough to make the Night Saber work.
I think the Night Saber is an awkward card. So when it's good, generally speaking, upgrades are on curve in this game if they are X for +X+X, and maybe they have some text.
Yeah.
Um, So this one is above curve, but having to be specifically a Jedi non-vehicle unit is a very restrictive constraint on that Night Saber.
Yeah, absolutely. We see here a plethora of units that Brett would love to have in his deck, and just trying to take the choice of which one he wants. I think both Brett and Carlos are having a pretty good draft, and this pack has been especially good to Carlos, where we saw him fill out his turn one plays a bit, and we saw him. I've seen Brett with a couple of Mace Windows. I haven't seen if Carlos took them. Like Brett passed the Mace Windows to Carlos. Haven't seen if he took them as oh no, he's yellow blue. Sorry, he's not yellow red. He wouldn't. Ignore me. It's been a long day. But yeah, I think Carlos has also had some really good cards here. Yeah, Crushing Blow is another card that Kyle mentions in chat that if it's going this far, either people aren't on blue, which is shocking to me because it's one of the best colors in this set for both force and removal, or they're undervaluing it as a removal spell, which is also shocking to me because one of the easiest ways you lose is 2-drop into Lightsaber or 2-drop into Snoke snowballing that 2-drop. And it doesn't matter how big you get it, Crushing Blow still kills it.
Yeah, Crushing Blow is an interesting card because if you just play it on a unit normally, it tends to be inefficient. Though there's still situations where it might be good. For instance, if it denies your opponent the force. But
Hmm.
once the opponent starts putting upgrades and stuff on there, Crushing Blow can actually be really big value.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do also tend to think that removal is a pretty high priority in limited in particular, because
100%.
there really isn't necessarily that much of it, and the options that you get are not necessarily the premium ones that you see in the constructed environment.
Yeah, and in this set specifically, this set is all about mid-range ground board stalls, and there's just not a lot of removal in this set. You've got your cards like Shatterpoint, which are blue, need the force. You've got It's Worse, which costs 7. Um, and so I think Protect the Pod is potentially the best removal spell in this set. oddly, being green and neutral, and coming out roughly when a lot of leaders flip, and a lot of the leaders have high and matching HPs. So I think that outside of those few cards, you've kind of got to take them when you can.
Yeah, I think Protect the Pod is. Yeah, I think that's quite good. I think Shatterpoint might be my pick for the best removal, at least in terms of event removal in the set. It does have that secondary mode if you can't get the Force.
The bigger difference is that Shatterpoint is uncommon, I believe, and Protect the Pod is common, so you're going to see a lot more of it. Yeah,
One that I
Shatterpoint is
think is
uncommon.
actually pretty interesting also is Drain Essence.
Oh yeah, that's good shout.
But that's of course going to be a villainy only card. I guess you could run it for 4, but that one has the advantage of not only doing some damage but also getting you the Force.
Yeah, and we saw a Talzin deck earlier in Swiss. Just use it on turn 1 and then activate Talzin and use the Force for 3 damage. So it's kind of build your own Sorceress Blast. And that's totally reasonable, especially in Limited where most turn 1 plays are going to be a 2/3 or a 2/2, and your opponent is hoping that they're going to be able to use that to get the Force. And all of a sudden you come in with a Blast and Talzin activation, or Essence Drain and Talzin activation, and they don't get the Force, and they weren't expecting that.
Sorceress Blast to me is an interesting card in that I think it's actually very effective in the right place, but it does suffer a bit because it can be somewhat win more in certain situations, because if you can't get the Force, that card is dead.
Yeah, it's really interesting. A lot of the Force cards, if you don't have the Force, they have a lesser effect, and that one just does nothing. It's all or nothing. It's 3 damage or 0 damage.
Right. Now, if you have an Avar Chris deck, Sorceress Blast is a sick card.
It is. The problem then is you're in an Avar Chris deck.
Right.
Which I do actually, in the beginning of the stream, I talked about how Avar isn't as bad as most people paint her to be. I do think she's worse in draft because in general, draft is usually going to be faster, and it's hard to get to those higher resource counts. But yeah, it's so risky to have such a late deploy leader. You really need the right deck to make sure you survive until then.
Yeah. I think that generally speaking with Avar Chris, if you have a fair number of cards that use the Force, you might be able to say, okay, I think I'm going to be able to deploy her on 8 resources. 8 resources is a lot. Like
It
a
is.
lot.
And that's not a guarantee to deploy on 8. You might be waiting to 9.
Now you might be able to get 7 or even 6, depending on the situation. There are some scenarios, maybe if you have the daughter and your opponent's attacking with a bunch of units or whatever, but I don't know. There are some reliability issues. Now, of course, when she does deploy, she's amazing, but you got to get there.
And looking here, so we do see Carlos got a Shatterpoint. He got some good yellow events. I really like the Gungan Warrior that he has as just a shielded restore unit. Also, Itinerant Warrior. We see a Legacy run in there, which is really interesting. With
Gungan Warrior is a very underrated card, in my opinion. I had that card in my sideboard at Worlds.
Yeah, it's a good card. And Legacy run with Ahsoka especially, where you can say, all right, I'm going to give this Sentinel. You either don't attack in space this turn, or you kill my guy, and I kill your board back. So really, Lothwolf. I love Lothwolf and Yaddle. It looks like Carlos's turn 1 plays are really working out. I don't know if he has as many as I would like, but the ones that he does have are very good.
Yeah, so it looks like what we're seeing is it's going to be. There are a few. Well, I guess this isn't the final deck. This is just the pool, right?
This is just the deck building process. Yeah, so this is them sorting out the pool and deciding what to put in the deck.
So there's definitely a lot of yellow here on the dark side of the table. I think we're going to see Grand Inquisitor basically for sure over there. And the question's going to become, what do we do for the secondary aspect? I see it looks like red has the most cards as a secondary aspect, although there's a few green and I think even a blue or 2 in there.
I think we've got to see red, and specifically because we saw the Acolyte of the Beyond. So I think you just play the Craving Power for 7, don't play the other green cards, and play yellow-red Grand Inquisitor. I think you've got a pretty solid shell for that. We've also got the Jedi in Hiding, which is a really good turn 2 play to make in Grand Inquisitor. Hidden, so either they're going to claim or you have a good chance of getting to attack with it. A solid when defeated if they do kill it. It's a card that I really like. And I think Carlos is pretty locked into Ahsoka at this point.
Now, what are you have you played limited throughout the game's lifespan?
Yes.
What is your favorite set for limited play in this game so far?
Oh goodness, that's a good question. Let's see. Anakin was Shadows of the Galaxy, right?
No, Anakin.
Or
I
Anakin
believe
was Twilight.
Anakin was in Twilight of the Republic.
Yeah, not that one. Because that one was just Anakin or bust. And if you had him, I felt bad when I had him. It just wasn't even fair. And when I played against him, I was like, what do I do here?
That set was very thematic, and I thought it was really cool to see the clones and the droids and those sort of showdowns. But you're absolutely right. Anakin Skywalker was a huge balance issue in that set.
Yeah.
I've heard of some playgroups even banning him or saying that if you draft Anakin, you have to replace him with the starter set Ahsoka.
Yeah, I think if you take out Anakin, that set was really good for draft. He was just an outlier in being incredibly good. I do think this set, Legends of the Force, has some really cool synergies. You have options that you won't get every draft, like can I draft a Kanan Creatures deck? You have options like you have the standard, like, oh, can I make Obi-Wan or Talzin work? You have the questions of how many players are fighting over all of the good blue cards. So this set, it has really interesting limited mechanics that I like. Set 1 was also really cool. There were certain cards that were really good. Jyn Erso was really good. Shockingly,
Overwhelming
Super
Barrage
Laser
at
Tech was
uncommon.
exactly. Shockingly, Super Laser Tech was not as good as you would think, but Overwhelming Barrage was insane. And very easily played for 7 in any either green deck or any villain deck. And then let's see, I'm trying to think back to, I didn't play as much Jump to Lightspeed Limited, but that one was it was kind of polarizing just with the way the pilots work. Like, did things line up correctly? Did you get your turn 1 spaceship into your turn 2 pilot? Does your leader even do anything? Did they have an immediate answer for your pilots or for your pilot leader? So that set was kind of polarizing and limited, but I think my favorite might be this set, Legends of the Force. The only hard part here is you have to have early turn plays. It's so hard to come back from behind if you miss turn 1.
I don't think it's as bad as Jump to Lightspeed in terms of both players are fighting for the same arena, and if you're the one who wins it, you have a huge advantage. But I do think there can kind of be a dynamic like that, specifically in this scenario where both players are playing decks that need the Force, where if one person can cleanly win the ground arena, that person is very far ahead.
Yeah, I agree. And one of the things that I like more about draft than sealed in this set is, especially in something like a red-yellow villain, you have the option to draft a fairly aggressive space deck. They have the O3 Raid 3 strike ship. There are some other red raid ships that are a little bit above rate for attacking. So you kind of have the option to swerve the Force shenanigans if you get exactly that draft. It's very hard to do in sealed because you just won't have the card density of those space units, but it's possible to pull off in draft, and it's pretty interesting that, I mean, we see Carlos respecting that with cards like he has the Legacy run, he has the Purgle Sentinel, and I'm curious if anyone was able to pull off something like that. I mean, we see a decent number of space units on Brett's side as well, including early game ones.
Yeah, I think that that's a very good point with respect to a difference there between draft and sealed. I think in sealed, you're pretty unlikely to be able to put together a deck that has very strong space aggression, but in draft, that's much more of an option.
Yeah, in sealed, I'm happy when I say, oh, I have a 5-power space unit. This might win me the game if they don't have any space units. It's a very different equation to, oh, look at this. I got 4 strike ships. So I'm just gonna have all my turn 1 plays be 3 attack space units, and if you're Snoke red and just start pumping them every turn, what are your opponents gonna do about it?
Yeah, that's a very much like, hey, we're off to the races type scenario. And I think it's
Exactly.
one where you're often going to be able to get in there faster than an opponent who is maybe running some clunkier cards, some more defensive cards to try to secure the force, for instance.
Yeah. And one of the big differences between a really good drafter and someone who maybe has done well in sealed and is switching over to draft is you'll see a very uneven cost curve where in sealed you play what you open and you try to balance out your curve as you will, but a lot of times in draft you can get kind of sidelined by, oh, this is a good card that I need or that I like, but you have to have a good cost curve. Like, you see both of these decks laid out by cost curve, and it's gorgeous with how they have a lot of early, a little bit less mid, and then a lot less late. But they're gonna have things to do every point in the curve. And sometimes when you do your first few drafts, you end up and you're like, oh, I actually forgot to draft any 3-cost units. I have turn 1 plays and all 4s because the 4s were good. And knowing what cost curve you need during the draft and picking that even over a potentially better card because it fills a curve you need is a skill that is kind of developed over drafting, and one of the skills that you don't get in sealed specifically that you have to pick up in draft.
Yeah. Yeah, I think having
I
a
love
strong
benefit.
cost curve is really going to help you with just basic game consistency, which is something that
Absolutely.
can matter a lot. Now, you can have a deck that has an uneven curve and it can be fine. We are at a lower power level than in constructed play. But if you have something that can curve out efficiently and has good plays throughout a game, I think you can be in a really strong spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really interested to see some of Carlos's games because we see he has 3 4-cost events and 2 the Will of the Force and a Shatterpoint. All 3 of those cards can be so high impact in the early to mid game, and even in the late game. Someone plays a 9-cost unit and you say, okay, bounce it and discard at random, or just kill it with the Force. That's a really solid removal / tempo suite that Carlos picked up there.
Yeah. Now, you do get games in this that turn into like whatever your end game units are crashing into each other.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
What do you think the best ones for that are in this set?
That's an interesting point. I really like the 3/7 raid 3 for 5. I think that is a really good common unit that can be like a curve filler, but also into the game, but also a good health point for something like Protect the Pod, where it's threatening enough that your opponent has to answer it, but not so threatening that they think they're gonna lose, but you can still put your upgrades on it. There are a lot of I think the 5s and 6s are where I think that is gonna come to fruition, because that's also right around all these leader flips. I think those are usually more important than, obviously if you get a Yoda unit for 8 and manage to get there in your games, that's great. But I think
Yeah.
more often the games are decided by snowballing these 5 and 6 drops.
Yeah, so I think that's a good point. I do think, yeah, Yoda can be really strong. The Sun can be extremely dangerous.
Definitely.
Kelleran Beck is just like mega value. But
On Krell is
are
one
you
that we
going to get
saw.
there in a spot where the game is still like meaningfully contested? It may not
Yeah.
always happen.
We saw a game on stream where one of the players on 7 played a Pong Krell, and then on 8 immediately put a lightsaber on it and just started attacking base and killing every unit, and there was nothing his opponent could do about it. You attack into it, it just gets even stronger, and with any upgrade on it or a couple of damage, it can kill any unit when it hits the base. So I
Yeah.
think that one can be a pretty big blowout.
Yeah,
In
that's
terms of
crazy. It's like that's one of those situations where if they have Pong Krell and a good lightsaber on them, it's like, you gotta hope that you have that shatter point or something because you're in trouble.
Yeah, exactly. I'm interested to see, especially in draft with these more focused decks. I saw Brett pass multiple Mace Windu's. Those went somewhere. Someone has a red hero deck that's gonna have multiple Mace Windu's in it. So I'm really interested to see if the rest of that deck is cohesive and if they ended up all going to the same home, and there's going to be someone out there who's just doing force things, and all of a sudden, bam, Mace, kill your guy. Oh, you killed my Mace. Bam, Mace, kill your guy. And just try to like overwhelm someone with those.
Let's see here. I think that the Mace is really good. Yoda is crazy if you get there.
Yeah, that's a big if.
Right. I mean, like I was actually testing Avar Chris for a long amount of time in Constructed.
Same.
Couldn't quite get there. I think it's like not total garbage, but wasn't at the super competitive power level. And in that deck, Mace Windu and Yoda and cards like that are like just nuts.
Oh yeah. I actually went through a phase where I was playing Yoda and then playing clone to clone Yoda.
Oh, that's tight.
It was so good. It was hilarious.
What a combo.
Oh my god. Yeah, because you would then you would basically get double. You would still get to heal for 5 when the clone came in, and then you would get double ping. So it would be like, oh man, I have to kill this Yoda, and then I would say, well, I'm gonna heal 5 more and actually kill your whole board now. It was awesome.
That is so spicy.
Yeah. But yeah, there are a lot of I like it. I still don't think Avar is that bad, but yeah, I agree with you. It was just hard to crack the final solution with Avar and get to a cohesive enough deck where your leader's not just a liability late.
Yeah, and that's even with being a constructed deck where you have access to ramp and stuff. So I don't know. I hope she ends up being strong sometime, but I'm not entirely holding my breath since I'm not sure we're going to be seeing more expansions with the force mechanic anytime soon.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the downside to this is kind of a more macro response, but that's a downside to a bit of the way FFG designed their sets, where we have all these very specific leaders. Looking back to Hondo Naka and No More Smuggle cards, going back to Wedge leader and No More pilots, they get a lot of these leaders that just by definition kind of fall off the map as soon as the set's done because, well, okay, we're not using the force anymore, so everything that uses the force is only specific to this set. It's kind of unfortunate when you compare it to something like Sabine, damage everyone, Palpatine, draw cards, these more generically strong leaders. So I really wish they did a little bit more with like, hey, you know what? We're going to put 2 smuggle cards in every set. Or, hey, you know what? This isn't a force set, but we can still have a card that uses the force. Just so that these leaders and mechanics don't just completely die when the next set comes out.
Yeah, and I think they've done that with some of the mechanics. I know there were some capture cards introduced after the initial Shadows of the Galaxy set came out. So I think, if I recall correctly, Twilight had some capture cards.
I believe Twilight had Cad Bane, didn't it? Or am I making that up?
Yeah, Cad Bane. And Cad Bane being the main one from there that saw play. But was Sanctioner's Shuttle also in Twilight, or was that in Shadows?
No, it was in Twilight because that was Coordinate as well. Like I think Coordinate and Capture
Yeah,
were not
that's
in the
right.
same set. So yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah, like I think that I love
have been 2 of the most played capture cards and didn't come out in the first set. So it is possible, but
Yeah, I totally I love when things like that happen. And Smuggle specifically is obviously a very hard mechanic to balance because it's very powerful. So I would imagine they also don't want to, accidentally break the game by making too good of a Smuggle card, but it's just in general, it's nice to see these niche leaders and capabilities still have some prevalence in later sets.
Yeah, I think that maybe the most successful one maybe would be Bosk, who is very based on the bounty mechanic, which didn't actually see more cards beyond Shadows of the
Yeah.
Galaxy, but Bosk has still been a very playable leader, especially in kind of more control-oriented decks. You know, Bosk Blue is, I wouldn't say it's a top deck right now, but it's certainly been strong in competitive play past the release of Shadows of the Galaxy.
Yeah, and it's interesting too. You first look and say, "Oh, I'm gonna look at Bosk," and you realize there are 12 bounties in the entire game. You're like, "Come on, give me one more." You know?
Yeah,
Because
I
the
mean,
boss
you get
strategies aren't even mostly related around bounties right now. It's just you have a couple, or you try to double claim 1 or 2 bounties, and that's the whole game plan. Versus, like, yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, you do get some bonus value against people who are running the units that have built-in bounties.
Hmm.
So, you know, I think some of those do see a fair amount of play. So like Kira decks often play Hylabon Enforcer, Cunning Heroism decks, Cartel Turncoat is a very efficient card.
Yeah,
Clone Deserter was seen play in those Ray Green decks for a while.
yeah, that's definitely true. I know as a fellow Sabine Yellow player, we are both very familiar with the Cartel Turncoat.
Yeah, dude.
I love that card.
Sabine, how's Sabine Yellow been doing for you recently?
I haven't been playing it as much lately. I was actually considering it for Galactics. It was one of the short lists decks on my short list, and then I got deep into the Kylo Tarkin Town for Galactics with the
Nice.
team and switched over to that. But I think it's in a decent spot. There's a
Yeah.
lot of space shenanigans out right now, so I think the plan is to understand the hate that people have for them and try to swerve that accordingly. So it's tough for me to tell if it's in a good spot right now with the Boba Data Vaults of the world around, or if you're fast enough to just kill that. I haven't done enough testing to know if it's in that's one of the matchups that I would try to see. I could see it going either way, and I think if a little bit of testing will show one of them is probably fairly favored. I just don't know which.
Yeah, I think that it's an interesting spot. I think this has probably been the worst set for aggro in the history of the game. Um,
Yeah.
I think aggro got almost nothing, like a few cards, and meanwhile, there have been some very strong anti-aggro cards. So I think most
Oh yeah.
notably would probably be Chirrut.
Hmm.
Um, but at the same time, it's actually been a set that I think has had some real opportunities for aggro, simply because, you know, towards the end of Jump to Light Speed, we were seeing the Data Vault meta, where it was
Yeah.
just so common for people to be on Data Vault, and you just had extra base HP to chew through in a lot of matchups, which isn't where aggro wants to be. And in this set, we're seeing a lot of people on 28 HP force spaces, and a lot of these force space decks are skewed towards ground. So I think space aggro in particular does have an opening.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see that more when we get beyond the PQ level. When we get to the sectors and regionals, I think we're going to see that more of the Galactics meta come back. I think right now a lot of people are just tired of playing Force Throw, and they're tired of Blue-Red Hero Mirror, so they're just not bringing it to PQs, even though it's still the best deck. So I would imagine once we get up into the ultra competitive scene, when we look at day 2 of the regionals, my guess is that we're going to see less Boba Data Vault and more Hantu Blue when we get to those very top tables. But I'm very intrigued to see how the next few weeks of top tournament results go.
Yeah, it should be very interesting. I think we're in an exciting time for the game.
I agree.
It's kind of funny, you know, I think there was I wouldn't call it a consensus, but there was certainly a common opinion among many competitive oriented players that force throw was broken and should be banned in the lead up to the Galactic Championship. And of course, we now
Hmm.
know that it's not banned. And honestly, we ended up in a pretty decent spot meta wise.
I still kind of wish it had been banned. I personally still think it should be, but I think the problem is people are so tired of it, they're not playing it at PQs. Like the 67 person PQ that I went to had 3 Hantus total. One of them won, another one top 8'd. It had
I,
one Kylo playing Force Throw, which was me. It had 0 Talzins, I think, over the whole event. There were just people just were like, I don't feel like playing Force Throw. We're gonna Boba Data Vault, and there was a Poe Data Vault in the top 8. There were multiple Iden Data Vaults. But I think that if people go back to playing the top tier #1 decks, then I think we're going to see more of it again.
It's possible. I do note that at the Galactic Championship, the Han 2 decks substantially underperformed relative to representation, which is different from what we saw with the previous decks that had bans against them.
Well, so I don't think
Um,
Force Throw doesn't need to get banned because of Han 2. So to me, Han 2 Blue is the best deck, but it is not a Django or Boba level threat. It's not that deck that needs to get banned. That deck can easily get hated out. The problem is if you look at the top 5 best decks, 4 to 5 of them are all running 3 copies of Force Throw. The card itself is warping the meta, and that one of the reasons Kylo Tarkin is good is because you run a bunch of 1-drops so that you can get Force Thrown. You also run your own Force Throws and Pillage. A lot of these decks, the answer to Force Throw is to play Force Throw, and to me, that's an unhealthy card design where the answer is to just play the card yourself because it's a good card discard to Force Throw, and you get the Force Throw out of their hand. And you have cards like Kiadi that draw you more cards so that you can Force Throw yourself and throw your own Crate Dragon. Like, it just creates these kind of toxic play patterns that warp the entire meta. It's not that I think Han 2 is too good, it's that I think Force Throw itself warps the entire meta around that one card.
I do think that it is a card that has a outsized relevance to the meta because, when I'm playing Sabine Yellow, I think one of the appealing points of that is, like you were saying with the Boba Red, I have more 1 costs.
Yeah.
And as a result of that, I'm going to have more of an ability to, take a Force Throw and discard something low value. I mean, in the most recent version, I've actually been testing a Rebel heavy one with Metal Ceremony, and it feels pretty good to have somebody Force Throw you for 0. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, and so you see ship decks main decking salvage for the same reason, and you see Iden Datavolt decks that forgot to bring their units because they just don't. That's how they dodge Force Throw. So it's not that one deck is too good. It's just to me that the card is just warping the entire meta.
I do think that it is at a I think it is warping, and I think it is at a power level that is probably too high overall, but it isn't clear to me that it's at the level where it's must be banned,
Yeah,
extremely bad for the game.
my biggest problem, my biggest concern with banning it is that I have no idea where the meta would go, and it might get into a more unhealthy spot. So right now, it's kind of in a devil you know situation for me. I do think
Yeah.
it's too powerful, but I have no idea what would happen if you just say, "Hey, these top 5 decks can't play Force Throw anymore." What happens to Quinlan? What happens to Han and Talzin and Kylo and all these decks that rely so heavily on it right now?
That's a good way to put it, I think. It's is it too good? Yeah, probably. Is it totally broken and ruining the game and some deck is ascendant? No. If it's
Yeah,
removed, will something like that happen? I don't know. Who's to
maybe.
say? Current
I
meta
think
seems
I think that's why they didn't ban it. I think that it is too powerful, but I think they're worried about making a worse meta, so they're just leaving it alone. That's my assumption, my guess.
yeah, it's an interesting state of affairs, but I think it's time to curtail the Force Throw discussion because it looks like we're gonna have our first match of the top 8 here.
Yeah, with 0 Force Throws played.
Yeah.
So this
Yeah,
is
and
Yoda
hey,
Killer
if you're
Carlos.
sick of Force Throw, maybe head to some of these new limited events.
Yeah, exactly. So we do have a little Bothan versus late night action in the top 8. We have Yoda Killer, aka Carlos from the Bothan Network, versus Micah Overly from Late Night Gaming. So Carlos is the one that we watched draft. We watched him draft this Ahsoka Yellow deck. We don't know anything about what Micah drafted. He's on Snoke Blue, which was one of the better performing sealed decks in general. You get Snoke, which is a nice snowbally effect. Doesn't require the Force, but you also get the blue Force base, which gives you access to your Shatter Points and your Secretive Sages and all the good blue cards that are out there in this set. So there's definitely potential for this to be really good. And we see the Tyrantotech in Micah's hand, which is one of the all stars at carrying the mid game in these Force matchups.
Yeah, Tyrantotech. It's interesting because Tyrantotech it's actually even seen constructed play.
Yeah.
which is kind of crazy because there is another card that is like objectively better than it in almost all situations and also has major extra upside, which is Blue Leader. But it really speaks to how insane Blue Leader is, that a card that is like a conditional version of only one mode of Blue Leader that has worse traits is still constructed playable.
So true. Yeah. Because a lot of people think they see it as an upgraded Agent Callus. Upgraded in that it has more power and toughness. Obviously, you don't get to draw cards, which is one of the nice things about Callus.
Yeah, and in this environment where so many people are on Force decks, the conditional nature of Tarantula Tech is not that bad.
Yeah, I agree. It's more uncommon that it doesn't have ambush, and I've definitely had to tell people before they just play it and try to ambush. I'm like, actually, I don't have a force unit, and they say, oh no, I didn't realize you didn't have a force unit.
For me, the really common rules mistake that people make against me is declaring illegal attacks against Sabine Wren Explosives Artist when I have 3 aspects on the board.
Yeah, I always remember that one because I'm a Sabine player myself. But yeah, I agree that one that little flavor text line gets missed so often, and it comes up a lot as relevant.
Here we go. It's a Lothwolf.
That's an interesting turn 1, especially against the Snoke, where you're gonna want to activate your Snoke, and this Lothwolf can't go and trade back.
I do think this setup, though, looks favorable here for our Snoke player.
I agree, especially if he has a 2-drop to play right now. If he can activate Snoke and play a 2-drop, I can't tell what unit that is in the front of his hand. I think it is a 3-drop.
For a moment, I was thinking the art looks like a Republic tactical officer, but that would something would have gone deeply wrong if there's a Republic tactical officer in one of these decks.
Yeah.
Now let's see what happens here. If we do see a Snoke buff, that Lothwolf isn't going to be that much of an obstacle here.
Yeah, and honestly, it's an interesting question of whether you should Snoke buff even if you don't have a 2-drop. Like, is it better to just Snoke buff and kill the Lothwolf than to play anything this turn? I think it's arguable that it is, especially when you see that Ezra come down. You cannot let Lothwolf live now.
Yeah, you got to get that Lothwolf off the field before Ezra starts buffing it.
Yeah, I'm interested.
And yeah, we got the kill.
I'm interested if Carlos could have done something like, and he did have a 2-drop, so that play was coming either way. But I'm interested if Carlos could have done something like passing.
I think it's the 3/1 Overwhelm First Order ship.
Yeah, I believe it is. That card is
Exegol
so
Patroller, I believe.
Yeah, that card is so good in Snoke. It snowballs the space arena incredibly quickly. But yeah, from Carlos's standpoint, I'm curious if he could have tried something like passing, because as soon as you play the Ezra, you basically make up Micah's mind and say, okay, now I know I have to kill this Lothwolf. Because if you pass and Micah says, okay, I'm going to attack in for 2, or I'm going to play this 3-drop, you might be able to kind of trick him into letting your Lothwolf survive for a turn.
Interesting point.
I think it wouldn't have changed the way anything worked out because we saw the 2-drop that Micah had, so we would have just buffed and attacked it anyway. But it's an interesting thought process of when you should pass, especially in the early game.
Yeah.
Oh, we see the Nameless Terror coming in to tap Ezra. Ezra didn't have any unit to buff anyway. But yeah, Carlos is going to have to find an answer for this space arena, because that damage is going to add up quick.
Yeah, especially with Snoke there, Snoke can kind of do a Grand Moff Tarkin impression sometimes with playing a space unit and just buffing and buffing it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that
factorial damage add up. Where's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 every turn, one.
Yeah, more. I think we saw Tarkin yellow decks that were buffing up space units in general and Lurking TIE Phantom in particular, and those were for a time actually quite competitive.
Yeah.
I think that Snoke can do a similar thing, and while that hasn't been a strategy that's necessarily seen constructed success, I think it's pretty scary here in the limited environment.
Yeah, I definitely agree. We know that Carlos has both a Shatter Point and 2 of the yellow bounce spells, so he has ways to deal with this, but is he going to draw them before he dies?
I do not know.
This is what I pay you the big bucks for. I need you to tell me if he's going to draw them before he dies.
That is not within my my casting power, but what I can say is that he is on a clock here for sure.
Yeah, he's not bad, not terrible in the ground arena. He has this Jedi Sentinel, so he has a 5/4 that when the Force is with him, it has Sentinel. Um, so he can potentially attack base. It's a little bit risky, or he could just trade with the unit there, with the Talzin's Assassin. I'm
Talzin's
interested to
Assassin is a
see.
very strong card.
It really is. I'm interested to see if Brett tries to get more greedy, if he tries to get the Snoke activation before he gets in the damage, and if that kind of trying to get the one more damage ends up costing him. Because we're at the turns now where, Carlos might have found his answer by now. So I'm curious how both players are going to play these next couple of turns out.
I think I would just be going for the quick damage here rather than trying to get the Snoke buff. We see the trade there in the ground arena. Let's see what our Snoke player chooses.
Yeah. Another
There is a
interesting fact
Tyrantitech in hand.
there is. And another interesting fact about this is that both players are on 6 deploy leaders. A lot of the Force leaders in this set, the more common ones that are used, like your Obi-Wan and your Talzin, both deploy on 5. So it's interesting that we have two 6s here coming out at the same time.
Yeah, interesting point. And here comes Snoke.
Yeah, so Ahsoka
Ahsoka.
can attack and give herself Sentinel. She does have to attack into the guard because Micah controls a unit with power 4 or greater.
Yeah, so this is an interesting scenario. So Snoke notably can use his ability on himself if he is the unit with the most power.
He currently is not, because there's a 5 power space unit. Now a 6 power space unit.
So yeah, I mean you're in this weird position really where wait, no, it wasn't that unit 4 and it's only 5 now?
No, so one of the tokens is a +2. These
Oh, I
tokens
see.
are
Okay.
double-sided. They like to make our life hard, so they gave +2 and +1 tokens. I've been dealing with it all day, and I think I finally got it right once.
Nice. Yeah, well I missed it this time, so there you go. What I'm really seeing here though is Ahsoka is incredibly on a clock here.
Yeah. There's really interesting sequencing again from Carlos. So he played his Plo Koon before he attacked with Ahsoka, so he didn't want his Ahsoka to die. He didn't want Snoke to be able to kill his Ahsoka. It looks like he would rather take the damage, and then this turn Ahsoka can give Plo Koon Sentinel. So he's basically playing for a longer game with that decision point. And it might end
looks
up
like
being the right play because we see an upgrade come out on this Snoke. So the Snoke is going to need a few turns of Sentinel to stop him while Carlos answers this space arena.
looks like Snoke has also been equipped here with Darth Revan's lightsabers.
Yes. So
That is a
Snoke,
scary unit.
yeah, I believe I'm double checking here. Snoke is not a Sith unit, so he does not get grit. He just gets the +2/+2.
Yeah. Now, with one of those tokens being a +2, we are looking at strength 6 on both of those units now, I believe, which means that Snoke
Yes.
gets to choose who to buff.
Yeah, so Snoke could buff himself now. Carlos has the initiative, so I would imagine we're going to see an Ahsoka attack first to give the Plo Koon Sentinel, because also the Plo Koon currently doesn't die from one Snoke attack, even if Snoke buffs himself. So it is
That's
nice for
true.
Carlos that he has the initiative here to get that in.
Yeah, I think that seems like a good play to set up some defenses. Um,
He already
You
has
could
the
you could
initiative. Another option is to shatter point, but then you're either
you
taking
yeah, you
7
eat a
from
lot
the
of damage
Snoke.
from Snoke. I don't think he can
Yeah,
afford to
that
do
feels
it.
bad.
I'm with you. I think swing with Ahsoka gives Sentinel to the Plo Koon. In a situation where it was a closer race, you could conceivably swing with Ahsoka and give Sentinel to her. Oh,
He does start with a
there's
shatter
that
point.
crushing blow we were discussing earlier.
Oh, that was a crushing blow. Yeah, not even a shatter point. So much cheaper removal here used.
But
He does take the damage to
seven
base.
damage.
And now
I don't know. 7 damage from base was on 19, so we're going to be up to 26. Only 2 HP remaining here for our Ahsoka player. I am not feeling great about taking that attack from Snoke.
yeah, because also Snoke can't get shatter pointed. It says non-leader. So unless Carlos has a full Sentinel to play, does he just have to claim here? He can't afford to take a hit from the Snoke, and Ahsoka's Sentinel is only temporary.
Is there
So
enough damage to just crash into Snoke?
he can do Plo Koon attacks for 6 and Ahsoka attacks for 5, so that is 11.
Yeah,
So
that's
that is
enough.
enough to kill Snoke. So I'm guessing that's his play. We do see a Sentinel in hand for Micah, but I think this is just going to lead Carlos to claim. And so now Carlos can attack with Ahsoka into the Sentinel next turn, give his Plo Koon Sentinel, and his Plo Koon now has 13 power. So
Right. But I think if that is the line, what's going to end up happening is that Plo Koon will simply be cleared by the Torrent attack to
yes.
open up the board for Snoke.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a line that's not going to end up working for Carlos, but I think that's what he's got right now, unless he has more. So he also has
He
the
had the shatter point.
Wow, so this is huge for him. So now he is back online to be able to kill the Snoke this turn.
And there's the trade.
Yeah, the trade with the Snoke, and so now Carlos still has his 13 power Plo Koon sitting here. So
Now
I would
that
imagine we're going
Torrent
to see a
attack is
Torrent
still
attack
alive,
trade.
can still show up and trade, but that
Yeah.
will leave Snoke without a board and without much resources. Maybe there's a 2 or 3 cost that can join in, but could be an opening here for our Ahsoka player.
Could be. I see 2 blue villain units in hand, looking in turn ahead. I don't know if he's going to be able to play any of them this turn. So let's see if Carlos can get on the board heavily here and get a presence going.
As predicted, the Torrent attack takes the trade, and it looks like the Legacy run makes an appearance.
And we see the 2/4 Restore 2 unit coming out for Micah. The Magistrate Scout. That card has also been good. So now we're back to Carlos needing something. This 2 damage will be lethal if it gets through.
Needs some healing, a ground sentinel, some kind of removal. It's an awkward situation. Magistrate Scout is not exactly the most threatening unit, but just so much damage has already been taken.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Everything needs to be answered right now with only 2 health left.
Let's see what happens here.
I think Carlos deciding his resource decision, probably deciding what his outs are.
A sentinel would be one of the best. The problem is Ahsoka's ability to give conditional sentinel. That sort of ability can be very good in specific situations, but it's really vulnerable to an opponent just taking the initiative on you. So you really
It's
want to have
really
a
tough
unit that
in these
has built-in
anti-board
sentinel if
scenarios.
possible.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Looks
we
like
see
an
the
exhaust.
followed by a Knight of Ren.
Legacy
Carlos
run
attacks
swings
here.
base.
So he doesn't think that he needs to claim here.
No, or it's a
Yeah.
bluff. I think he's scooping it up.
I think he bluffed. Yeah, I think Micah called his bluff and claimed, and we're going to game 2.
Yeah.
So yeah, with the Snoke doing Snoke things, we've seen that before. I think Carlos has a lot of the answers. We'll just have to see. Hopefully he can draw them a little bit faster in game 2. The crushing blow was a little bit late. He'd just taken too much damage from the ship at that point. If he gets
There was
that
a
a little
window
bit
where it
earlier,
looked pretty good after Snoke
Yeah.
had to trade Tyrantotech for that Plo Koon. But the
Mhm.
legacy run wasn't the play that Ahsoka needed there. You know, bringing out a space unit, I don't know. I mean, it's tough. That might have just been all that was available. But you can kind of expect that the opponent is likely going to have more ground than space.
Mhm.
Let's see here. Well, going into game 2, what, if anything, do you think might be a sideboard consideration here?
That's a good question. I think a lot of times in sealed, you'll see kind of transformative sideboards where, oh, I'm going to switch colors. I don't think we have anything like that here. You don't have enough cards in your pool usually for something like that. It's another one of the differences between limited and draft, where usually you don't have a lot of sideboard options. You draft, you're using 30 of the 42 cards that you drafted. So you don't have a ton of leeway for extras, and you assume that a lot of those at the end of the pack are going to be not in your colors. I think some of the options are if you have copies of something like It's Worse, you could either side those in or out depending on the matchup. But I think we saw Brett take all of those from Carlos in their section of the table, and I don't know if Micah had any to choose from.
Yeah, there is definitely the, oh, my opponent does or doesn't have like big high-end bombs, which can influence some of the choices there.
Yeah. Because I think Carlos would want to keep in his 4-cost events that we saw, both the yellow bounce and the Shatterpoint, the crushing blow. All of those are really good in this matchup. So I don't think he wants to change too much. And there we see the crushing blow coming out. So this Guardian of the Will is not getting to attack for the Force, but getting to live another day at least.
Yeah, an initiative taken, so there is going to at least be the opportunity for one attack.
Mhm.
Will there be an upgrade for that Guardian of the Wills?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. So the Nameless Terror, if you put an upgrade on the Guardian, the Nameless Terror can make it lose the Force trait, so then you don't get the Force when you attack with it.
Oh, interesting point. I think Nameless Terror's secondary text not always so relevant. I think that the exhaust does stuff a lot, but removing the trait is a little more conditional. However,
Yeah, I agree.
can be a thing that matters sometimes.
It's I call it the flavor text. It comes up occasionally, but it's mostly there because it's interesting for the lore of the character or something to do with that. It's just kind of like a cute, fun thing that a lot of players will forget about because it doesn't come up that much.
Maybe the best example of that would be General Grievous's crazy ability to destroy units if you have him equipped with a bunch of lightsabers.
That is the most flavor text I've ever seen on a card in my life.
I am not sure I've ever seen that ability be used. I think it would be extremely imprudent to even try to use it, but like
what
it's
I
very
said
cool.
What I said to someone was, if that ability said, instead of defeat units or whatever it is, if that ability said with this many lightsabers you win the game, I still don't think it's usable.
Oh yeah, I'm with you there. It's not it's incredibly eggs in one basket. It requires you to play a bunch of cards that are probably bad. There are some real issues.
Yeah.
Now, this game is going really badly for Ahsoka in the early game here.
It is, and I think we see Carlos respecting the amount of damage he took last game. He's just taking these trades rather than getting damage on his base. So it feels kind of bad, but we know he has space units. He has things like he drafted the Graceful Purgle. Like if he just plays a 2/7 Space Sentinel right now, that's huge. But he didn't have it this turn. But like if he plays a Legacy run now, that's huge. It'll be next turn because I believe it's a 6-drop. But like if he plays something like that where he can just clean up the space arena a little bit, then I think he's gonna be okay. But he's gotta find those cards.
You know, there have been some efficiency problems when a nameless terror, which is a 3-cost 3/3, gets a 2 for 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Yep,
the
I
Sand
love
Trooper
brain
there.
chat asking about brain invaders.
What were they asking?
That's someone in chat named I love brain invaders asking about brain invaders. Not
Brain
legal.
Invaders is not available for set 5 limited. And if it were, it would not be a high priority pick.
I mean, maybe for Ahsoka here. We see the Plo Koon coming back. So, I mean, these are high damage cards, and he does have more damage on base than he did last time. So, and he gives the Ahsoka Sentinel, or he gives the Plo Koon Sentinel first. So, Plo Koon gaining Sentinel is a really good thing in his deck. It can give you these really high power turns. Micah's not going to want to attack with his 2/6 right now. Protect the pod. That card is so good.
You were saying that was one of the stronger cards in this set, and Protect the Pod on that Sand Trooper for a big result there, defeating Ahsoka immediately.
Yeah, just the amount of times you see a leader get flipped, the pod gets protected, and the leader just dies is very high.
Sand Trooper Cavalry, 2/6 grit.
And interestingly, Plo Koon has Sentinel but does not have Grit, because Carlos used the Force to give it Sentinel and then didn't get to attack with his Ahsoka. So I don't think that's relevant for this turn.
Point.
But it could become relevant first action of next turn with how Carlos has to sequence his actions, because he doesn't have the Force. He's not going to be able to play a Shatterpoint first action. He may have to attack with his yellow Sentinel to give it Sentinel and gain the Force.
Yeah, let's see here. Snoke crashing into Plo Koon.
Yes, and he has to, because Plo Koon does still have Sentinel for the rest of the phase from the earlier Ahsoka activation, and then he doesn't swing his Grit unit into it.
I think it would just be killed, right? So he probably doesn't think the 2 damage is.
I agree with that assessment, because Plo Koon is a 6/8, so Plo Koon would not die from it, and the Sand Trooper would. So now we've got to see, because if Carlos attacks with either, they're both Force units. So if he attacks with either unit, he gains the Force. So he could attack with Plo Koon. It becomes 10 attack on the attack because he gains the Force on the attack. So he could attack base for 10 or kill the Sand Trooper. He's at 13 damage, so he's not that far away from just being dead. But 10 to base gets him there next turn, because now his 5/4 has Sentinel because he has the Force.
It is, yeah, I think it is the 10 base. Snoke trades, buffs up the Exegol Patroller yet again. A crushing blow here would be massive.
Yeah, this is where he needs his bounce spell or his Shatterpoint or anything.
Is there that removal for the Exegol Patroller?
All of his 4-cost spells kill this Patroller, or deal with it at least.
It looks like that, like four resources are being spent.
Yeah,
there it is, the Shatter.
Huge for Carlos.
Massive swing. Our Ahsoka player now in a much, much better position than just a moment ago.
Yeah. Micah's really on the back foot now. He's staring down 10 more damage. Every time this Plo Koon attacks, he's going to gain the Force. And
if there's an upgrade for Plo Koon, it could be in lethal in 1 hit range. It looks like there isn't. It's going to be a Yaddle.
But he just needs 1 more power to be able to...
that, unless there's some removal coming, that could be a huge blunder.
But
there we go.
He's got... Okay, yeah, I was going to say, I assume he's got something for it. So he's got the Ambush Jedi, the Ambush and Restore 2 Jedi. So now we're kind of just reset back. Both players don't have the biggest boards. Yaddle with Restore versus 4 power and space.
Yeah, so in a certain sense, if they're both just swinging with these units, Yaddle does 2 and heals 1. Those 2 units deal 4 total. So Snoke's still racing a little faster here.
Yeah, but we know Carlos has answers in his deck. We know Micah has options like the Tyrant Tech that he could potentially draw into. We're not sure what other big game changers Micah may have, But I think
That
Carlos
big
here, if he
Sentinel
gets,
whale would be nice.
yeah, the Sentinel Whale, or even just the Legacy run, because he could give it Sentinel with Ahsoka. He just needs some kind of space presence, so he doesn't have to keep spending his events on 1 and 2 drop space units.
Yeah, that makes sense. Looks like I think it's another Jedi Guardian hitting the field there.
Oh, yeah,
Or I'm sorry, not Jedi Guardian. Which one is that called again?
that is a good question.
Is that the
The
I think it's
Jedi
the
Sentinel.
Jedi Sentinel. Okay.
Yeah. And we saw here the Snoke activation trying to go onto the droid starfighter, but it can only go on the highest power unit, which is the Minok. And I believe that is a Pong Krell, which is one of the big game-changing units that we were talking about in the beginning of the draft. A 2/9 grit. When it completes an attack and survives, you may defeat a unit with less remaining HP than this unit's power. So he can do something
Very
like,
spicy card.
he can attack into the Yaddle for 2, take 2 damage, and then defeat the Jedi Sentinel afterwards. Something like that. Assuming Carlos doesn't have the Force and the Jedi Sentinel doesn't have Sentinel. So there are a lot of interesting lines that you can take with Pong Krell. Oh, is
Okay,
that
I
a
think that's a
shield?
shield.
Yeah, so that was Refugee of the Path. A 0/3 Force unit, when played, give a shield token to a unit with Sentinel.
Okay, Pong Krell swings into that Sentinel and then removes it with the ability.
Yeah, so it's like we were talking about, back to the ability being good of Pong Krell, and now Pong Krell attacks for 7. And
Getting
Carlos,
close to lethal here.
ooh, and now a Sentinel protecting the 7 attack Pong Krell. So now we're at the point where this Pong can kill any unit on the board after it attacks base for 7. There's a Luthen Rail, but that doesn't get past the Sentinel.
I think without that shatter point available, since it had to be used earlier to stop that buffed fighter, I don't know if Ahsoka has an answer for
He
that
has the
Pong
yellow
Krell in
bounce
deck. And as we
spells.
were discussing earlier, this can be a terrifying bomb.
Yeah, I think we know Carlos has. I'm trying to find the name of it. The To the Will of the Force. So if he has that and can bounce the Pong Krell, he also has initiative, so he can give his 0/3 Sentinel. Or he needs to give it to a unit, probably the Yaddle, that doesn't just die to one of the other smaller units.
What do we got here?
He's got Exhaust.
Exhaust. Okay, buying some time could be a lot worse.
Yeah.
That Minok
That event
swinging on
in,
in. Only 7 HP left here for Ahsoka's base.
yes.
I believe it's 9 HP left for Snoke.
Yes. Yeah, so Carlos played there the Force Illusion to exhaust an enemy unit and a friendly unit gains Sentinel. So his 0/3 has Sentinel right now on the ground.
Is
But
it the
the
0/3? It
2/5,
looks like it might be Luthen there
oh,
with
it's
that
Luthen
die
Rail.
on
You're
him.
right. Yeah, so Luthen Rail has Sentinel. I thought he put it on the 0/3, but he gave the Sentinel to Luthen Rail because he wants to be dealing damage back to these attackers. Then we see, I believe, an Army of the Dead. So Micah just pumping in the damage on the ground here.
Army of the Dead is kind of a scary, just big numbers card.
Yeah, and with Carlos at 20 from that Minok damage, he is in one-shot range from the Pong Krell. So he has to make a choice here. If he can't deal with it, he has to claim. He still can't attack through the Sentinel that Micah has. But he might be able to try to force Micah to claim and then play his event that deals with Pong Krell.
Let's see here.
Really exciting end of this game. Can Carlos keep getting out of this? He's had a few answers now. It feels like he's been so close to coming back. He did just claim. So now he can give his Luthen Sentinel again with Ahsoka.
Yeah.
It feels rough with this Sentinel that Micah has. It's going to be hard for him to keep. Does he have the Loath Cat?
The
More
Loath Cat.
exhaust. Love the Loath Cat. This
Ponkrell is just
Ponkrell,
such
man.
a huge threat, but there's been just little trick after little trick to stop him from attacking. That Army of the Dead, though, is almost as good. Only 1 HP on Ahsoka's base, and I don't know that there's an out.
He's got to deal with both arenas because the Minok just getting in for 2 would be enough here. He can give 1 unit Sentinel, but only in one arena.
But the Minok would still be in range.
It might not matter that Carlos has been giving this Ponkrell ADD and just distracting it with squirrels. Yeah, looks like Micah takes it down, winning the top 8. Congrats to Micah from Late Night Gaming with a top 8 win over Carlos from the Bothan Network.
You know, earlier we were discussing Snoke being a powerful leader in this format, and those Snoke buffs really added up.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We saw it do so much work, especially in game 1, and even just a few buffs in game 2 really got there. Just the incremental advantage was so good.
All right. That's going to be a win here for the Supreme Leader Snoke deck. The Ahsoka build that we saw being drafted, not making it to the top 4.
Yeah,
2 more rounds to go before the champion is declared here.
Yeah, and we saw Snoke do well in sealed, and now we're seeing it do well in draft. So we'll see how Micah does in the top 4. I believe we are going to go to a quick break while we get the results from the rest of the top 8, and we will be back shortly with the top 4. Thanks for hanging out.
See you.
Welcome back, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We are here with the top 4 of the Planetary Qualifier at Pastimes Comics and Games in Chicago. I'm Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network. The top 4 got started a little quickly. TowerNumberNine will be back shortly, but for the moment, you're stuck with just me.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, Tower's here. Excellent. Just in time. How you feeling, Tower?
I'm doing well. I was grabbing my food as I heard you guys talking about it on my wireless headphones, but my mic is here at the computer, so I couldn't say I was here yet.
Oh, gotcha. No worries. Just in time. But yeah, I'm super excited about this matchup. We've got a Cal Kestis versus Mother Talzin. Now, obviously, Talzin is one that we saw a lot during the Swiss. It's a very popular leader because it's a very popular color and a solid ability. Cal is not one that we've seen before, and another one that I think could be better in draft because you have the ability to go a little bit faster. He lets you use the Force to make your opponent choose a readied unit they control and exhaust it. And he's a 3/4 that deploys on 4. So it's going to be
Yeah, so
really
those 4
interesting here.
deployments definitely
Yeah.
oriented towards a more aggressive style of play. Probably the most popular and successful 4 deployment leader is, of course, Sabine, who has sort of been the best leader, aggro leader in the game for basically the game's whole lifespan. But Cal is an interesting option, and his exhaust can be especially relevant, I think, when you're racing against another fast deck.
Mhm.
It'll be interesting to see how much value it gets here versus Talzin. This is definitely a case where both decks want to use the Force.
Yeah. And we actually got sent pictures of the deck lists. So shockingly, there are a lot of low to the ground units in this Kyle Kestis list. We see a couple of out of aspect cards. I see a Sith Holocron and a Neiman Strike, as well as double Sorceress Blast, Witch of the Mist, Curious Flock, Secretive Sage. This is an interesting list. I'm kind of surprised at how many out of aspect cards there are in Joe's list. I wonder if he had a different direction and then kind of swerved into Yellow Hero a little bit later.
Yeah,
He
that's an
does.
interesting question. Normally, you do want to avoid those out of aspect cards as much as possible, although in some cases, they might be something you're actually choosing to include.
Yeah, definitely. We do see he has a Kiadi Mundi, which is a constructed mainstay. He has a decent top end as well, with a couple of Ravenous Ratinars, the 6 cost 8/5, I believe it is. Yeah, so there's it's not just all low end stuff with this Kyle Kestis deck. I'm really curious how this one's gonna play out. I'm trying to
Piety
find the
Mundi,
Talzin deck.
incredibly high power level card, very very
Oh yeah,
strong. One of the best force cards, or one of the best force token cards in the game, maybe the best.
yeah, absolutely. And then looking through Joe's Talzin list, we see 2 Acolytes of the Beyond, HK47, Double Witch of the Mist, and Owen Lars. It looks like he's going to have a lot of tools to fight this Cal early. Yeah, we see the Acolyte of the Beyond start here. Yeah, this Talzin list looks very low to the ground. Actually, less top end than the Cal Kestis has. And then, yeah, Cal with no way to get the Force on turn 1. Not the end of the world for him, because I think you don't want to start using that leader ability until a few turns later anyway. Like maybe use it before you deploy, give yourself a slightly safer deploy. He would like to get a Force unit out this turn. I see a Ki-Adi-Mundi in his hand as well. So he really needs a Force unit this turn to set all that up. Of course, he can always flip Cal and attack with that to get the Force on 4 and play Ki-Adi, so it wouldn't be the end of the world if he doesn't have a Force unit this turn. I'm trying to see the video's cutting out a little bit. It looks like the Acolyte attacked into base to get the Force, so not worried about killing that Curious Flock there. And then both players played units. That is about as much as I can tell.
Yeah, we're sorry, guys. Hopefully the video quality will improve shortly. We Jeff, how much of an impact do you think Cal's going to have here before Talzin flips? Because Talzin's flip is actually very powerful.
I think the most likely impact that Cal is going to have is going to be to give Joe the Force so that he can play Ki-Adi-Mundi. I don't know that he's going to have much beyond that. But that's what we're going to see. I believe. Oh, he played the unit that Yellow Joe played was the Padawan Apprentice that immediately gives the Force, so he can use Cal now. As soon as Talzin attacks with the unit, he can exhaust the other one, which will give him the ability to deploy a lot safer. So we could see, actually, I could be eating my words, and we could see Cal having an impact right now. I really like the idea of just using him, exhaust your last unit, save the 2 damage, the Padawan attacks, gets the Force back, then you play Ki-Adi, then you flip Cal, then you attack again, get the Force again. Like maybe we'll see Cal take over this game a little bit in before the Talzin flip and try to get a really good board state.
What Talzin really wants to avoid, if possible, is a world where she has to flip onto an empty board with Cal there to immediately exhaust her.
Yeah.
Talzin's ability being used here for the debuff.
Interesting, we didn't see Cal use the Force before flipping. He just flipped.
Yeah.
I kind of expected to use the Force to get the last unit because you have the Padawan to immediately get the Force back. Maybe he was worried the Padawan would get dealt with and he wouldn't be able to get the Force back.
Yeah, it's a little interesting. That does seem to be a potential opportunity for Cal that wasn't taken.
He also goes to base. So and it was another thing that we were talking about, trying to keep Talzin's board clear so you can keep the leader exhausted. But also Joe doesn't realize how low to the ground this Talzin is. Now that since we've seen the deck list, we know that he probably is going to have to trade some units in this matchup if he wants to come away with the victory. But that would not be my first impression just seeing the leaders. If I didn't know both deck lists, then I would assume that Cal has to be the aggro here, but he actually has a lot more late game in his list than Joe on Talzin does.
Have the players seen their opponent's deck lists? I assume not.
I assume not. I do not believe the top 8 is open deck lists, but we've seen it, and I think it's okay to talk about here.
Yeah, I think
maybe
in
that's wrong.
constructed, normally the top 8 is open deck list, but not at all sure that would hold true for a draft event.
Yeah. Because we've just seen pictures of the lists. I don't even think there is a paper written down anywhere, so it would be pretty tough for them to have open deck lists.
Yeah.
All right, and they are working on the video quality, so it's gonna go down and up a bit while they're playing with some settings. So just stick with us while we try to get a more consistent video quality. We're working with what we've got for now, but they're hard at work on the ground trying to get a more consistent quality. Symbiote asking the real questions in chat. What does the loser have to change their name to? This is the Battle of the Joes. Only one Joe may stand after this round. And yeah, the video did cut out just quickly while they're trying to restart it to get a little bit higher quality. But I think Talzin is still in a pretty good spot here with Cal not having any other units and Talzin being about ready to flip. Oh wow, it just rejoined, and that is some high quality right now. Hopefully it stays that good.
Just for this, the loser has to change their name to Joel because they took the L.
Oh, I like it. The loser is Joel.
Spicy.
And that was our producer, Rebel Traitor, the man behind the scenes, the one that has been working so hard to try to get us the quality here and to try to keep things running. So huge shout out to him. It has been a long day for all of us. And yeah, Talzin still hasn't flipped yet, and we've got multiple. Ooh, that's good. The Drain Essence to finish off the Cal, so they don't have to run their units into it. And that was also a Cal with an Heirloom Saber. So we do still see Kiadi plus Witch of the Mist. This is still a solid turn for Cal to try to come back, but it's still the Talzin flip turn as well. So I don't think Joe S is done with his plays here either. And we're really curious if he tries to take out that Kiadi before it wreaks havoc on his board, or if he's just going to ignore it and go face. I wouldn't really be surprised either way. That makes me think
Debuff
he's
on
gonna take
Kiadi.
it out. Yeah. Because he could debuff it again with a Talzin and only take 2 back. Yeah, and that looks like what he's gonna do.
Talzin taking control of the board here.
Oh yeah, Talzin in a very commanding position right now. Kiadi did just draw Kyle 2 new cards, so maybe they'll have something to come back into this with soon. But the Witch of the Mist not looking particularly threatening right now.
Yeah, and with that Supremacy tie SF on the field, our Talzin player has control of both the ground and space arenas.
Yeah, so Cal really needs to have a good turn this turn. His flip got kind of answered pretty cleanly by Talzin, and then Talzin has been able to flip cleanly. So now it's Cal's turn to come up with an answer.
Yeah, interesting stuff here. Are you seeing the video as frozen here or very stuttery?
We get about 1 frame per 5 seconds right now. We're getting there. Working with what we've got. I think that the problem is that no one in chat has noticed that the video quality is low. I think the more they comment on it, the faster it goes.
I'm not 100% sure on that one, Jeff. But yeah, so I mean we are seeing that supremacy tie in space. Looks like our Cal Kestis player playing a space unit of his own there, though it's not entirely clear just what unit that is.
That is the Longatan Cruiser, I believe. It looks like it's just a hero unit, so that would be the 6-cost spaceship.
Could be a very relevant card here.
6/6 restore 1 if it's that one.
Yeah, the long beam cruiser. So not
Yes.
only is a 6/6 relevant, but the restore will help when the opponent is taking control of that ground arena and kind of racing here. Additionally, the exhausts from Cal Kestis could potentially be used to improve the situation further, but it does look like we're seeing a larger unit from Talzin there as well.
Yeah, and that's interesting because Talzin doesn't have as many large units.
But there is one of them, I believe, that card, and do correct me if I am wrong here, Jeff, but I believe it's the Thralls of the Coven, a 5-cost 3/7 with raid 3. Oh, and it seems there's been a concession. The Cal Kestis player has conceded the first game.
Interesting. I thought I was trying to see if the camera had reset to an earlier state or if there was a concession. But yeah, it looks like there was. I think he just he had the one space unit, but realized that there wasn't an avenue for him to come back on the ground, and he had just taken up too much damage. So yeah, game 1 going to Joe S on the Talzin. And I'm curious if Cal is going to adjust his game plan a little bit now that he's seen that it's a little bit more aggressive. He may have some sideboard cards that he wants to bring in. I'm not sure what his options are. He could have some more, perhaps more low to the ground space units, a little bit more early game to bring in the 3 to 4 cost range. But also Cal is playing a lot of cards out of aspect, so it can be likely that he could just get some of these clunky draws. And this Talzin deck looks very streamlined. I'm really surprised that Joe was able to get this cohesive of a deck in 2 of the main colors that you want. It seems like he was in a really good seat and drafted really well there with all of the early and mid game force enablers and things that he has. He also has a shatter point and a crushing blow. There's a lot of good things in this Talzin deck that I like a lot.
Yeah, I think that in that last game we saw the Talzin deck successfully just building up a bunch of units, taking control of the board, and kind of bringing the game to a swift conclusion. That long beam cruiser in the space arena might have been a powerful unit, but it wasn't even going to be able to hit the base until after it cleared that supremacy tie, and restore 1 wasn't going to get the job done against the all those ground units.
Yeah, definitely. It just wasn't enough of a comeback, and he was too far behind on damage for it to make a big difference.
We also, we had been discussing that possibility of Cal trying to keep the board clear to exhaust Talzin on her flip, and that very much did not happen. In fact, by the time that Talzin flipped, Cal was already dead, I believe.
Yeah, and I don't think we saw Cal activated that game. There was a chance where it could have been.
Yeah, it might have been
maybe
a bit of a missed opportunity there. Not sure.
This might have been a Cal, and it might make sense as well with some of the out of aspect cards. There may have been just a late switch into yellow hero, and Cal was the option for it. That's a possibility. It's hard to say. Ooh, Guardian of the Wills. So this set actually has a 1-cost upgrade, which all other Guardian of the Will sets have been missing. So this is the +1/+3 upgrade that can only attach to a force unit. So now you have a 3/6 force unit on turn 1. And this is where we may be seeing Cal's ability first action here with initiative to just exhaust that to keep Talzin off initiative. Or to keep Talzin off the force.
Yeah.
The bolstered endurance on Talzin. So yeah, Cal activating there, and then we see the supremacy tie.
Even with the bolstered endurance there, ends up getting exhausted. Buys a chance for the no, that's so odd.
Yeah, he attacks the Padawan youngling in there for 2 damage, and so now there's still 3 health left, and now that looks like an ambush unit of some kind.
I might have misunderstood the dynamic, but I had assumed that the exhaust there was going to be to prevent the Guardian of the Wills from attacking the Padawan, but I think it was just to avert that damage to base.
Yeah, it was just to keep. It was also to keep Talzin off the Force because he knew he was going to get the Force back anyway when he attacked with the youngling Padawan. So using the Force wasn't a cost there. It was
Yeah.
just preventing the damage and making sure that he got to initiate the trades and he got to keep the Force.
That makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I think with that ambush to follow up, or I think it was maybe it was Vernestra. Was that Vernestra Rowe who appeared?
It could very well be. Let me look at the deck list again. We moved the Wi-Fi hotspot to try to get better signal, so there may be some camera disruption in the short term that hopefully gives us a more stable signal in the long term. There is a Venestra Rowohu in the list.
Yeah,
I'm
so I
sure
think
I'm
it was
saying that name correctly.
Vernestra rather than an ambush card. It looks like a Purge Trooper arrived to defeat Vernestra with that Wind Plate ability, and now Cal Kestis has hit the board and he is getting some kind of upgrade loaded onto him, which is apparently
Yes.
enough to allow him to take out that Purge Trooper and stay alive with some amount of hit points left.
Yes. So for those not in the know, Vernestra Ruoho is a 3/4 Force Jedi that when played, you may use the Force to ready this unit. So the Cal
Yeah.
player was able to use the Force to exhaust, attack with a Padawan Youngling, get the Force back, play Vernestra, use the Force to ready Vernestra, then attack Vernestra and get the Force back again, killing the Guardian of the Wills.
Vernestra has the interesting distinction of being one of very few good aggro cards in this set. She has not seen a ton of play in constructed decks simply because the constructed aggro decks generally don't want to run all that many force units with the card pool as it currently stands, but she is quite a strong card.
Yeah. And now we see Cal here deployed. And now Talzin's a little bit on the back foot. Gonna have to try to see if they can do what they did last game, which is have an amazing flip turn that Cal just can't come back from.
That's a good game plan if you can pull it off, Jeff. Let's see what happens here. One good thing for Talzin is that supremacy tie in space is going to prevent Cal from exhausting Mother Talzin if she does flip under these conditions.
True. Curious if Cal can do something. You might try to bait them into attacking with the supremacy, or you might be able to remove it somehow. Or you might just say, I'm not worried about it. I'm just going to attack your base with Cal and exhaust your guy to save my damage and then let your leader flip. Let's see. The upgrades that Cal has, he has 2 heirloom lightsabers out of aspect. So I'm thinking that maybe he was a blue-red hero deck that ended up getting a bunch of yellow cards and switched to Cal, because there's some blue cards out of aspect here, a decent number of them.
I believe Ventress is taking the field.
Yes. And it looks like the Supremacy tie has already attacked. So it's kind of interesting that Cal is a little bit holding this Asajj flip hostage, but at the same time, that's just it's giving up initiative if you wait until they flip. So
Yeah.
interesting to see how
Do you,
Joe plays
do you
this one
think
out.
in this situation you just swing to get that restore going, or okay? It looks like one of those probe droids hits the field.
Yeah, I think if you have a play you like making, it's fine to wait. But if your action is going to be to claim right after you attack, then I think you just attack.
Talzin does hit the field.
So I'm not sure what the other upgrade is. There's a Sith Holocron in the list, so this could have been a Sith Holocron for 3 on the Cal Kestis. It's hard for me to tell exactly what upgrades are on him right now.
Yeah, little unclear to me as well. It looks like one way or another an attack is being made, but it's not Talzin who's going to be the target. Yeah, it's going to be attack into Ventress, clears out Ventress, and the on attack ability exhausts Mother Talzin. This is sort of the scenario that we were discussing as one that the Talzin player kind of wants to avoid for that leader flip.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm thinking this Cal probably has 6 attack where it could kill the Ventress, but not the Talzin leader. And then, yeah, we'll see what Joe does at the start here, because you could just attack with your Talzin right away. This Cal has got to be close to dead here. We see the upgrades are Corrupted Saber and Ascension Cable.
Corrupted Saber?
Yes, so I think some of those were boarded in because I don't see either of them. I see the Ascension Cable. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I see them both on the deck list. So Corrupted Saber is the yellow villain out of aspect, and Ascension Cable is neutral yellow. And then, yeah, we see Asajj trading with Cal here.
No, it's not Asajj, it's Talzin.
Or, sorry, Talzin.
I think it wasn't a trade, but then a unit of some kind came in that removed Talzin, not entirely clear.
There are multiple
We are now
sources
switching
left
to
in
an
the deck.
internet connection that will hopefully be better for this video. Our apologies to the viewers for the low camera quality, but this should hopefully be fixed soon.
Yeah, we're doing our best. The internet has gotten oddly wonky with more players leaving the store, but that means the store internet should be running a bit faster now. So hopefully this is the last camera switch, and then we'll be able to, see all the cards.
All right. Should be coming back to you guys shortly here. Let's see how things go here in this limited PQ in Chicago at Pastimes Comics and Games. Big shout out to Pastimes Comics and Games for letting us do this stream, as well as to Rebel Traitor and of course Loopy from Late Night Gaming for getting some of these things set up.
Yeah, it's really exciting to have the first limited PQ stream. I think a lot of people were excited about just the option of seeing some competitive limited. Maybe get a little bit of info and some knowledge before they go to Philly.
Yeah, the sealed sector qualifier in Philadelphia is going to be a very interesting scenario.
And then our people on the ground are still working on getting the video back up. So again, we currently don't have the video either. It is getting worked on as the internet hotspot kind of did something wonky, and so they're trying to fix it on the ground. Hopefully we'll get it back up soon. I see it trying to refresh. Looks like the video's back now. So it should be back for you in the stream shortly if it's not now. And we've got an interesting board state here. So more damage on Cal's base. He's at 18 damage on base to only 5 for the Talzin. But a bit of a stronger board presence here with the 6/6 shielded yellow unit as well as the probe droid. This hunting Nexu's hitting for a lot, but you should be able to take care of that in the short term. But we'll see if he can control this board before the last of the damage gets in. Over to 20 now.
Only 8 HP left on that base. HK-47 also potentially a source of major additional damage if we see some of these units trading or otherwise being removed. But the mighty 6/6 shielded sorcerers there are going to be quite relevant for Cal, I believe.
Yeah, so we have a Life Wind Sage, so 3/5 force unit. While an enemy is exhausted, it gains Raid 2. Fairly solid with Cal in general. And then also the 6/6 shielded. And an old Daka, so multiple 6 attack units on Talzin's side. This sequencing is going to be really interesting to see how Cal can deal with this. You got the hunting
it's funny.
Nexu with
These decks
Raid.
are relatively fast leader deployments. You'd think of them as maybe being more aggressive, but we are going to big units brawling with each other here.
Yeah.
What do you
And
think here? Sorcerers
interesting.
attack old Daka?
Yeah, I think you take out old Daka. Looks like, yeah, I see us back up on the stream now as well. Our camera quality is good here, so even if it takes the stream a second to catch up, you guys should be able to see pretty quickly what's going on. And now you have to exhaust the HK. And you're going to have to throw both units into this hunting. Oh, no, sorry. The hunting Nexu is only a 4/4, so you can kill the hunting Nexu, but not the HK right now.
The problem is that hunting Nexu hit, I believe, for 6 because another red unit was in play. So only 2 more damage is needed from Talzin to close the game, and I don't think. Oh, wait a minute.
Constructed Saber is huge. That gives Sentinel.
Wait, no, I don't. Is that a constructed saber? I think it's the one that gives restore.
Oh, you're right. It's an heirloom saber. Yeah, constructed would have been great. It is not, though.
Yeah, so there's a heal, but the problem is the Supremacy TIE SF can swing for 3, even though these other units only have 2. So there's the fist bump, and Talzin gets the win.
Joe S becomes Joe W, and Joe K becomes Joe L. We finally have the answer of the Battle of the Joes here, with Talzin taking it down. This Talzin deck is really streamlined, and I'm really curious if anyone's going to be able to fight this. We'll have to see who he plays up against in the finals, but I'm really impressed with the deck that Joe was able to put together here with this Talzin. There's a lot of cohesion and a lot of really strong units in this deck.
Yeah, it did seem like the Cal Kestis deck had stronger endgame cards, but the problem was in both of those games, just too much damage got through, and the board state became too negative for the more powerful endgame cards to be that relevant. We saw it with the long beam space cruiser thing in the first game, and now we saw it again with those sorcerers in the second game. Having a 6/6 shielded is very strong, and it took out old Daka, but there were just a bunch of other units. It wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I'm really interested in I wish this Cal player had been on camera watching his draft, because I'm really intrigued how the draft went for him and where his decision points were, because it seems like there were a few different directions that all had a lot of potential. So I'm curious. This is one of the ones where I would just love to pick a competitive player's mind and say, hey, what happened here? What did you want versus what you found? He still built what looked like a fairly cohesive deck. This Talzin deck was just way too streamlined and fast. But I'm curious. This Cal deck looks really interesting.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what sorts of decks end up being successful as more of these limited PQs and other large scale events get played. You
Yeah.
know, there's a principle in draft where draft to a certain degree is self-balancing, because if there's some strategy or color or whatever that's exceptionally strong, you're likely going to see more people gravitating towards that,
Mhm.
at least in a high level situation, and that will kind of undermine the card quality that each of them can get.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
insofar as something becomes the clear best, in a sense, it can make it worse. But the kind of caveat there is that if it's a specific leader that's super good, like Anakin was, opponents might not have access to that same leader.
Yeah, and it goes back to what I was talking about like the Grand Inquisitor leader, where yellow and specifically yellow villain is a little bit harder in sealed because a lot of the cards you need are uncommons. But if you get the right cards in the draft, it's a good option to have. And it's a unique factor for draft in this game where you see all the leaders before you see all the cards. So it's really it's just it adds a whole nother level of depth to, oh, do I want the option of this leader, or do I want to give the option of this leader to someone else? What do I think what options do I need to leave myself open for the first pack? Draft it at a high level. I think draft is very in depth in this game, and I really like it.
Yeah, I hear that. Well, I think we're going to have the finals shortly. Do we have
Yeah,
another match in the do we have another match from the top 4 that we're going to get a game of, or is
they
that,
just
or are
went
we
to
just going
game
straight to the
3.
finals?
Yeah, they just went to game 3 in the other semifinal match. So we're not going to get a game 3 on stream. So
Okay.
what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break until this game 3 ends, and we will be back shortly with the finals. I am Jeff Creasy here with TowerNumberNine. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We'll be back in a minute with the finals.
Yeah, see you guys soon.
Welcome in, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We are here for the grand final of the limited planetary qualifier in Pastime Games in Chicago. I am Jeff Creasy, and I am joined here with TowerNumberNine. How you doing, Tower? Tower might be going to make some toast, but he is as excited as I am about this final. So we just saw this Talzin deck, and I believe this is the same Snoke that we saw earlier. So we know that we have two very good, very cohesive decks here running. And I think this is gonna be a bit of a bloodbath, I would imagine. I know we've seen Snoke versus Talzin a lot in the Swiss, and it's always a question of, can Snoke go big enough to finish the game before Talzin goes wide enough and gets enough incremental damage to just overcome the value that Snoke gets. I do think Talzin is slightly favored in general in this matchup, but a lot of it is going to come down to how many of the Tyranitar does the Snoke have to try to disrupt the Talzin. We know this Talzin deck is pretty low to the ground and fast. How quickly can they get ahead? Can they take trades that still leave their units on board? Do they get good use out of their Talzin ability? And can Snoke kind of keep up with the tempo while using his ability still?
Yeah, we had the Talzin deck really kind of overrunning a Cal Kestis build in the last match that we had here on the stream. And now we're going to see if that can be repeated here against Snoke for the finals of this PQ. Now, the winner of this PQ will get the mighty 100 qualifying points, which will automatically put them into position to get invited to the Galactic Championship in Las Vegas next year. And
absolutely,
the finalist here, as well as all of the top 8 players, may not get the full 100 points, but will still earn at least some qualifier points towards that qualification. And if you can get up to 100, you're qualified. And I believe the top 32 players in terms of those points will additionally be awarded with free flight and hotel to the event. So even if you've already qualified, there is incentive to keep going to these events and really trying to put your name up there on that leaderboard.
Very exciting. We also get they also get a Luke and Vader showcase from Galactics, as well as a playset of Super Laser Blast promos. But we're talking so much about the prizing, we missed the beginning of the action.
Yeah, it looks like we had the forged starfighter there getting buffed up by Snoke, only to be countered by that crushing blow after I think maybe the second buff on it. That's gotta hurt.
Say buff twice, yeah, because it's a solid turn one option to play it and immediately buff it, and then went for the second buff instead of getting in 3 damage, which you don't fully blame them for, but getting super punished by the crushing blow there. And now Talzin has the Force. Snoke's got to try to catch up a little bit. We do see the Tyranitar in hand, as well as the Bodyguard, which is another nice unit for this deck. And then, yeah, I think here you just have to do damage control as Snoke. You can't afford to let that Nexu get the raid easily.
Yeah, now it's the hunting Nexu here without another unit to enable its buff, but we could easily see that buff becoming enabled to make that a more powerful swing than just the 4 base.
We could. The Knights of Ren coming in clutch there, though, because if you play a red unit to get the raid, the Knights of Ren can just smash in and trade.
Absolutely. Knights of Ren. So Knight of Ren is an interesting card. I think actually quite good. So just 3 for 4/4. You know, that General Grievous card that we were talking about earlier as having kind of lore rules is an interesting example where he's basically 3 for 4/4. Didn't see all that much play, but the Knight of Ren in green and in this limited format is 3 for 4/4. Can be kind of a beast. And let's be real, not having that lightsaber ability does not matter so much.
Yeah, well, it's really interesting here because the biggest downside of Knight of Ren here is that it's not a force unit, but decks like
Yep.
Snoke don't care. That's fine. Whatever. We're not worried about it. And yeah, we see the Karis, when defeated, still kill the Nexus. So the Nexus still trades for the weaker unit, but Snoke doesn't have a way to get the Force back. We see the Talzin's Assassin in hand. So we might wait until next turn until Snoke deploys and attacks and gets the Force to see that go through. And we see the Heirloom Saber here on Talzin, giving it Restore.
Yeah, an out of aspect Heirloom Saber. Oh, look at that.
And a
We
bolstered
see our
endurance.
Snoke player taking the initiative, maybe thinking that Native Ren will potentially be able to deal with Talzin next turn, maybe with some buffs or something, only for the resilience upgrade there. The plus, I believe the +1, +3 going on.
Bolstered endurance, yes. And I believe we saw it. There is a Tyrantotech, so there could be 2 5-power attackers coming into this Talzin. It could be 6 if you buff the Ren, but as soon as the Talzin attacks, the Ren goes back down to 5. So yeah, just getting in this 5 here. So it looks like it's going to be a hefty trade of the Knight of Ren, and then possibly also the Tyrantotech coming in here.
Now, yes, that's going to be a... So, wait, it looks like this is being taken back. Maybe a look at the exact numbers.
Kill it. Yeah, because the Talzin does have 6 attack. So
yeah, even with a
buff,
even with a potential buff from Snoke here, the Knight of Ren would not be able to survive that combat with all the buffs on Talzin.
The problem is if you take the Snoke buff, then Talzin just attacks and immediately gives it minus for the turn. So you're still just back at the same point.
I think, there may have been a take back here moving away from that line, but I think just crashing the Knight of Ren into Talzin was actually the right play.
I could see it. So using the Snoke buff is very risky because if Talzin does something else to remove the Knight of Ren, you just lose the game. You lose your ability to deal with this Talzin. It is kind of nice to try to get the Talzin attack out of the way before you flip your Snoke. So it's kind of he wants to play the assassin, but he doesn't have the Force. So yeah,
so it is
he
just
going
to be the
play.
crash. And this is also, you were mentioning it earlier, that Knight of Ren not having the Force trait, only the First Order trait, does mean that under these circumstances, that Talzin's assassin still does not have the Force. But here comes the Tyrantotech.
Yeah, so this is what you have to do here, especially after the Asajj comes in. That you can't afford to let that Talzin hit you.
Big trade, and Snoke, of course, still yet to deploy.
Now, Snoke, notably, even when he buffs himself, only hits for 5, so he's not going to be able to kill this Asajj. So I'm guessing he's just going to base for 5 here.
Yeah, but he can now go to Asajj for 6 on his next attack if he wants.
Exactly. We see another Sentinel in the hand of the Snoke player. That's a really good card right now, and the Talzin's Assassin is now online to give -3. There was a point last turn where he exhausted 4 resources and then took it back, and I'm wondering if Talzin is going to get the read that he has the Talzin's Assassin in hand.
Oh, look at that. Ventress crashes into Snoke there before he can buff himself, but Snoke is just pushing for the base.
I
and
like
that
this
one
because you still have
to
the
a 2/2.
Yeah. Oh, that's the punish. That's the punish. So there were 2 options here for the Snoke player. Option 1 is you're going to kill my Snoke. That's the only reason you would attack in, so I'm going to get my damage with it. And option 2 is, and so by that line, you say, I'm going to attack first because then I can play Talzin's Assassin and kill your Asajj. But that is heftily punished by this old Daka resetting the damage on the Asajj. So now Talzin's Assassin can't kill anything. It's the line that I would have made too, because it's the most common thought. You don't think, oh, they're doing this because they're going to reset this with old Daka. That's kind of a less likely outcome. So yeah, he tried to get in his damage while he could and got heavily punished by this old Daka. That was a really good play by Joe on Talzin.
One of those Exegol patrollers that we saw taking a heavy toll in the previous situation here with this Snoke deck now in space and threatening Talzin, but if there's no way to buff that, which I don't immediately see,
Yeah, Snoke is going to buff
Talzin's
himself
ability
again.
can just kill that unit. It only has 1 HP.
And Talzin does have the Force right now.
It's going to be a swing from Ventress, buffing old Daka.
Yes, and Asajj is a 5/6, so killing the 2/5 Sentinel and just getting in the damage to base here. Up to 22 now. So I think, yeah, the play here is Talzin first before you take the 3 more, and you assume that there's nothing for this old Daka. However, this is where, so the old Daka has 2 extra power, so it's at 8 power right now. So even if you play your Talzin's assassin, the old Daka still kills the Snoke. Right?
Let's
I'm trying to
see
double
here.
check how much health Snoke has. He's a 4/7 naturally, so he only has 4 HP left. So because of the +2 from the Asajj, even the Talzin's assassin, the Daka still kills the Snoke.
I think it is 5 HP because one of those +1s is actually a +2.
Oh, you're right. So yeah, so Snoke is at 5 HP remaining.
Some lightsaber is thrown onto old Daka, only for her to be debuffed by Talzin's assassin here.
So I think that is a Kylo Ren's lightsaber at +1/+3. And then, yeah, no attack from the old Daka. Getting initiative. So getting initiative here to probably swing in without the buff. Yeah, swing in without the buff and kill the Snoke.
Yeah, and it's not even a trade. Old Daka herself buffed. But the Talzin's assassin in on the base, and there needs to be an answer to the supremacy tie, or it's over. Another supremacy tie.
Supremacy tie answers the supremacy tie.
Because that has Sentinel, the way is not clear for that supremacy tie to swing into Talzin's base and close the game. The Army of the Dead hits the board.
Yeah, I like it here, just playing a large unit. So now you have 2 ground threats that are lethal, that Asajj can only clear one of them.
Yeah, so we're going to see Ventress hits the Army of the Dead for 5, doesn't clear them, but it's going to set up Talzin's ability, I believe. And then Talzin's ability used to clear the Army of the Dead, but is there a way to remove the Talzin's assassin as well?
There's a Minok, so now there's another lethal threat now in
another
both
threat.
arenas.
Okay. Purge Trooper on the board.
And then now there's
Purge
the Drain
Trooper.
Essence.
Yeah.
But this Minok is lethal.
There was an answer, but it wasn't enough with that Minok hitting the field as well.
Yeah.
The Supreme Leader Snoke deck takes that first win.
Yeah, really impressive gameplay. I like the play lines of both players. I think there were only a couple there were a couple of critical points in that game. That came down to one of the things that I was intrigued by is when the Talzin player killed the Snoke, they attacked in with their large old Daka because it lived. They could have just sacrificed their Asajj and been able to kill the next large unit that came out. I don't think it would have made a difference, and I'm not saying that it was wrong, but it's one of those interesting decision points of how greedy can you afford to be, and what do you get punished by. And we saw the similar thing on turn 2, right, where Snoke got the second XP to get punished by the crushing blow. So there were a couple of really interesting points there, and it's one of the things about limited. You've got your opponents are going to have less removal than in a lot of constructed decks. So you've got to kind of decide: are you going to play around the removal, or are you going to get in every point of damage you can? Because we've also seen several games go down to, I got to 26, I got to 27, and couldn't get the last point in.
Minok, a humble card, but one that's gotten some real results here.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, not even that, like 2 for 2, 3 in space. Like, people totally play Alliance X-Wing, which is 2 for 2, 3 in space, no ability. Like, yeah, the Minox Overwhelm usually does nothing, but it can generate value against like a 1 HP opponent, or if you buff it up. And like, I guess to be fair, Alliance X-Wing's real text is like having the Rebel trait, which
Rebel.
is super good, but yeah.
But Minox text, especially in this limited format, is having the villain trait for these Snoke decks. We see it's basically the backup. It's the backup space unit that you want to see on turn 1 that gets the Snoke train rolling. Like, what this deck wants is an absurd number of 2-drops, so that you can go 2-drop, preferably 2-drop in space, and then buff it and play another 2-drop, and try to just overwhelm them before they can get anything going on the ground.
All right. Let's see what we're doing here. Can we have a match where this Snoke gets a truly huge unit going? It seemed like we were maybe headed that way with that Forged Starfighter early on, but it did not last to a crushing blow.
Yeah.
However,
Crushing blow is really
Snoke
good
was
against
still able to
Snoke.
prevail.
Yeah.
Oh, that's also a good point in chat. Wild Space saying the Minoc does not have villain.
Yeah, I thought it did. It is just dark art. But it's also
Yeah.
dark art on the ground for a space unit. So there's a lot of things wonky there.
Yeah, some of these things a little odd. Hey, and there it is, the Minoc on the board. Minoc versus HK47.
Yeah, and Minoc off the board. So there should have been 1 damage from the HK trigger as well.
Why? What was defeated?
The Minoc.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I'm sorry. I thought you meant like when HK was first played.
Oh, no. Just when the Minoc died. So there should be
Yeah,
one
no.
more damage
I get
on
it.
Micah's
After the
base right
crushing
now.
blow, yep, that's a damage to base, or it should be. And then that guard not
having Sentinel yet, but it looks like we're gonna get a Kylo activation.
Is that the Fallen Jedi?
The Hunting Nexu. Yeah, the Fallen Jedi here. So the Fallen Jedi with an XP gives the guard Sentinel because it now has 4 power.
Right.
So the Hunting Nexu is going to have to crash into that. It's really intricate flip turn here for Talzin, which we've seen Joe navigate very well in these last few games. Because you could try to kill the HK-47, you could kill the Hunting Nexu. He does go to kill the HK. Oh, we see another Sentinel in hand here. So his play might be to try to buff this Fallen Jedi again, and then there's also the Tarrant attack. So you could wait for Talzin to flip and then Tarrant attack the Hunting Nexu. There's a lot of options here for Snoke that we can see. Talzin, we see Old Daka in hand, which could just be the play to get a 6/6 on the board.
One funny twist here is that I believe this copy of Talzin has actually, I think it's been signed by Loopy from Late Night Gaming, if I am making that signature out correctly.
Yeah, and that makes it one of a kind, so that means it's infinitely valuable. I'm pretty sure that's how collectibles work.
So we do see Talzin's Assassin hitting the field for our Snoke player, that debuff being used to remove the Hunting Nexu.
Yeah,
Mother Talzin swings on in, clearing the Fallen Jedi, but sustaining 3 damage in doing so, which means that she used her ability to debuff it in order to lower the damage coming in. And there's Old Daka.
Yeah, so it is still vulnerable to this Tarrant attack to come in and kill the Talzin's Assassin. The Old Daka is still there to worry about, but you've got the Talzin's Assassin currently as a 5/5, and if it sticks around, it can become a 6/6 in trade. So we may see some quick and fast combat action here. Oh, interesting. So we see the Talzin's Assassin going into the Talzin, so holding on to this Tarrant attack for a very long time, and it might pay off because there are a lot of force units here, and it also gives him the option to play this Sentinel out now.
Ventress hits the board with a buff for Old Daka, and then there's another guard absorbing that attack from Old Daka.
Yeah. And so now we could see we still have this Snoke activation available.
These Praetorian guards are interesting. They're a 3-cost 2/5. While you control a unit with 4 or more power, it gains Sentinel. So
Most
very
notably,
synergistic with Snoke, fittingly enough.
yeah. Most notably in Snoke, it doesn't say other unit. So if it's your only unit and you pump it twice with Snoke, it still has Sentinel.
Interesting point.
Now we get the third experience on this Talzin's Assassin. So up to a 7/7 now with 3 damage on it. And there's still a Tyrantitech waiting in the wings as well that could potentially finish off this Old Daka.
The trusty Minok hits the board.
Oh, you know it. Not a villain card, as everyone knows, but still a 2/3 space unit.
And then Snoke hit the field, buffed that assassin. Was it an attack into base there?
No, his attack into the assassin. So Asajj killed the assassin and buffed the Old Daka, and then Tyrantitech takes out the Old Daka. So now Snoke stands alone, which I think he is okay with in this scenario. So Talzin's got to find something else. How about another Old Daka?
Well, yeah, Old Daka number 1 caused some chaos. Old Daka number 2 is a big problem here.
Now, question, is this now new Daka?
Oh, there we have Revan's lightsabers on Snoke. I believe that counter meaning that Snoke has been debuffed.
Yes,
but
so
it's
now
going to be an
Snoke is
attack
only
to the
attacking for
base.
6. Yeah, so ignoring the Old Daka and saying, I'm winning this race and I don't think you can kill my Snoke. So that is a very interesting turning point of this game. I think that can show Micah's understanding of the card pool and the options. And let's see if Joe can punish this at all, or if he's correct that he can just win this race here. 2 more swings with this
with
Snoke, and the game
14
is over.
HP on the base. So another attack from Snoke. The next attack would do what, 8 damage?
8. Yeah, so
so
him
that would
22.
put it at 22, and then that would definitely be in range for a third attack from Snoke to close the game out completely on this next turn. So yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to see an answer here from Talzin for that Supreme Leader Snoke, or this could be over, and I'm just not sure what answers are available.
Yeah. We see the heirloom lightsaber to give Daka +2 and restore, but that's not going to be enough to kill the Snoke, and the restore 2 isn't going to be enough to stop the next Snoke attack from being lethal. There's an event in Joe's hand, but even if it is a shatter point, that says non-leader. So I think Micah is showing his understanding that there's not a card like a Rival's Fall in this set.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only hope may be to fight him unit to unit, but I'm not sure that the units available to Mother Talzin are going to be enough. Old Daka is one of the higher end units in this build, and with only 6 power, there would need to be a lot more to follow that up in order to defeat this Supreme Leader Snoke, who I believe is currently sitting on 10 HP.
Yeah. Now, Joe taking all of his time trying to decide if there's anything that he can do. This is obviously game 2 of the finals. There's no rush for him to try to see if there's anything that he's missing. He has a Space Sentinel and he has a Shatter Point that can kill the space unit. But I'm not seeing anything in his hand that deals with this ground unit.
Army of the Dead on the field. So that's a unit that can swing for 7. If it's paired with Old Daka, that would be enough to stop Snoke. But I don't think it's fast enough.
I don't think that pairing is going to come to fruition here. I think that Joe is hoping that maybe he can attack with Old Daka and then Micah doesn't claim and attacks with the Minok. He may be at the point now where he just needs his opponent to make a mistake.
Yeah, so if he swings in with Old Daka, it would be 6 damage on Snoke. The problem is, we could just see a claim swing. That's it.
Yeah.
There is a shatter point, but it doesn't work. There is a supremacy tie to stop that Minoc. I think he claims.
So he may
I
have
think
Sentinels
that's
in the deck. Maybe he could have something like a turret that we haven't seen yet. There's a Space Whale and another shatter point, and that's it.
doesn't find it. That
Micah
buffed
Overly
up,
from Late Night Gaming taking down this
Yeah.
Planetary Qualifier.
that buffed up Snoke was too much for the opponents to deal with. Revan's lightsabers on Snoke may not give that bonus grit for being Sith, but as we saw here, Snoke does not seem to need it.
Yeah, and I think we saw. So I had said earlier that I thought that Talzin was a little favored in general in this matchup, and I think we saw the big difference here was it depends on if the Talzin can deal with Snoke himself as the leader unit, because he gets out of control really quickly. And we saw that in both games with just massive damage coming in, and there's not a lot of good leader removal in this set. So yeah, huge congrats to Micah from Late Night Gaming taking down this PQ. Sorry, go ahead.
There are a few cards that can defeat a leader, as a removal piece, but in this set, we're not seeing Power of the Dark Side. We're not seeing Rivals Fall. And you still have some options. I think that the Tarenta Tech, for instance, can definitely ambush in and take out at least some leaders.
We saw the Protect the Pod work as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Talzin killing the Snoke leader. But I believe it's about midnight in Chicago, and I think they need to leave. So yeah, I think that we're going to sign off here. I am Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network. Big shout out to Late Night Gaming. Big shout out to TowerNumberNine, Rebel Traitor, everybody on the ground, Loopy and Symbiote that made this happen. Any final words, Tower, before we sign off?
Oh yeah, I was happy to be here and helping cast this. I think that the advent of limited in competitive organized play for Star Wars Limited is going to be very interesting, and you guys should stay tuned for potentially some more coverage of limited events. We may have some more here. I know that the McClunky Gaming guys are thinking about doing some as well. So yeah, I think it was a good showcase for this new format, and I'm going to be excited to see how things evolve.
Yeah, same. Super excited. Thanks everybody for hanging out with us today. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to Late Night Gaming, and take the initiative. Shout outs to the McClunky Gaming as well. All those guys are awesome, and thanks to Tower for coming in. All our guest commentators, Jordan from the Colorado Cantina Crew, Viktor from the Nordic Takedown. It takes an army, and a lot of people put a lot of work into today's event. So thanks everybody for that, and thank you guys for tuning in. This is us
See you
signing
guys
out.
soon.